Good morning to all of you, and welcome to this special Haaretz conference on Israel after October the 7th, Allied or Alone, in collaboration with JW3, the New Israel Fund, Yachad, A Land for All, and Standing Together. I'm Esther Solomon, Editor-in-Chief of Haaretz English. Few people would have believed that a year after its savage assault of October the 7th, Hamas would still be holding hostages captive and Israel would still be fighting in Gaza. But here we are, with a conflict that has escalated across the Middle East, from Yemen to Lebanon to Iran, with an excruciating cost in civilian lives on all sides. The impact of the war has gone global, including its potential influence on next week's US elections. The conflict and its management by Israel's hard-right government has had immense and uncomfortable repercussions for Israel's politics, for its Jewish and Arab citizens, for its foreign relations, and for Jewish communities around the world, including, of course, here in the UK. Here at this conference, we hope to shed some light on these crucial and still evolving dynamics, including what is a rare opportunity these days to hear from both Israeli and Palestinian voices. As a born Londoner and raised in this community, it is a special honor to invite you to listen and think about, consider and contest the views and expertise you'll be offered today. This conference is intended to offer the same spirit of critical inquiry, accuracy, and independent thinking that every minute of the day informs our work at Haaretz, which I'm sure you all read devotedly. I hope you enjoy today. It's my pleasure to introduce Amos Shoken, publisher of Haaretz, to speak.
Thank you, Esther. Good morning, everyone. And I join Esther's thanks to our partners in this conference. In February this year, I published an article in which I said it would be hard to find a better result of the war against Hamas other than the immediate return of the hostages and the possibility of establishing a Palestinian state. In that preferred scenario, I thought Israel's leaders would commit to a process of establishing a Palestinian state in accordance with the November 1947 UN resolution on partition. Its borders would be delineated by what is known as the Green Line, the ceasefire lines of the 1948 War of Independence. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas also views the Green Line as the border of the future Palestinian state. In the 1978 peace agreement between Israel and Egypt, both sides agreed that Israel would leave the occupied territories with the exception of several military locations and would enable Palestinians self-government. This was supposed to be a step towards establishing a Palestinian state. The advantages of such a move are clear: granting self-determination and dignity to Palestinians, eliminating the Palestinian and Jewish terror that is killing so many people on both sides, building a partnership between Israel and Palestine that is based on security cooperation as already exists with the Palestinian Authority, re-educating both populations, and economic cooperation that will lead to growth and prosperity for both countries. This is a simple and necessary solution. A genuine declaration of intent to realize this solution could make it possible to end the Gaza war and return the hostages. It offers a necessary future for Israel and Palestine. Why isn't it happening? Because Israel has a government that opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state. Instead, the Netanyahu government wants to continue and intensify illegal settlement in the territories that were meant for a Palestinian state. It doesn't care about imposing a cruel apartheid regime on the Palestinian population. It dismisses the costs of both sides for defending the settlements while fighting the Palestinian freedom fighter that Israel calls terrorists. The only recourse with such disastrous government is to ask other countries to bring pressure to bear, as they did in order to end apartheid in South Africa. In December 2016, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 2334, which states that territory cannot be acquired by force, opposes settlement building, including so-called natural growth of settlements, and stipulates the dismantling of all settlements built since March 2001. Within the framework of the two democratic states living in peace side by side within recognized borders. The resolution also says that all Israeli settlement in the Palestinian territory conquered in 1967, including East Jerusalem, are illegal and constitute an obstacle to the two-state vision, and that no change to Israel's border will be recognized without Palestinian consent. The UK participated in this event and supported this decision. Subsequent Israeli governments completely ignored this resolution and acted as though it didn't exist. Not only did they continue building settlements, but the present government also supports the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from parts of the occupied territories. In a sense, what is taking place now in the occupied territories and in part of Gaza is a second Nakba of creating refugees, even people who lived in the occupied territories in Area C, and the people who live in the north part of Gaza. All of what Israel has been doing since this resolution was passed and is doing now even more severely, it goes against the UN Resolution 2334, and it is clear that Netanyahu wants to perpetuate the occupation and expand it to Gaza. 68 Israeli lawmakers voted against establishment of a Palestinian state. But if we want to ensure Israel's survival and security, and also to help the normalization of the lives of the Palestinians, our neighbors, a Palestinian state must be established. And the only way to achieve this, I think, is to apply sanctions against Israel, against the leaders who oppose it, and against the settlers who are in the occupied territories in contravention of international law. This should be done in accordance with the rules of the UN Security Council, and every country can and should impose sanctions itself, like the UK did just recently. But you have to bear in mind, the sanctions that the UK made on elements in the occupied territories, people, settlements, organizations, are in a way useless because they get the backing of the Israeli government. And they act with the support of the Prime Minister, the Bezalel Smotrich, the head of the one party, and Itamar Ben-Gvir, the head of another right-wing party, and they actually support the Jewish terrorizing the Palestinians and sending them away from where they live. So, if international action is to be taken against this incredible situation, which is against the law and against the decision of the Security Council. The address are the heads of the government. Zionism is still a justified idea for the Jewish people, but the conduct of successive Israeli governments have distorted its meaning beyond recognition. Israel needs to be put back into the right path, and unfortunately, the main way to do it, I think, now is by international pressure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amos. I'm delighted to invite Raymond Simonson, Chief Executive of JW3, to speak.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to JW3, the home for Jewish culture and conversation. And we've got a day ahead of us of very high quality conversation, at least inside JW3. I'm very proud to have been the CEO of JW3 for the 11 years since we opened our doors, and it's been 8 years since I last stood on this stage at a Haaretz conference, welcoming a packed audience to the first ever Haaretz conference in the UK. Now, it may have taken longer than we'd have hoped at the time to welcome Haaretz back for a second UK conference, but we got there. And we got there thanks to a monumental combined effort in recent months. I cannot tell you how many hours, how many meetings, how many WhatsApps, how many Zooms it takes to put together a day like today, but I'm sure you can imagine, in order to make sure that we've got a phenomenal programme for you. In particular, I want to acknowledge the incredible work of Omer, Nufar, Esther, and the whole Haaretz team. Please give them a round of applause. To David Davidi Brown and the entire team at New Israel Fund, our partners in this. And Hannah Weisfeld and all of her team at Yachad as well. And too many JW3 colleagues to mention, but I am going to mention Samantha, Greg, Ziva, and the entire security team that I'm sure that you will, on your way out, thank. It's incredible that we have not only sold out, but I've never been so popular with people coming up to me. All through my 4.5-hour security shift on Simchat Torah, I had over at least 30 people thinking that that was the time to ask me for a ticket to get in. And that, I think, is just a reflection of the quality of the programme and the hunger we have to be together in this kind of high-quality conversation. Now, if, like me, you were in synagogue at any time in the past week or so, you will have heard Kohelet, Ecclesiastes, being read. You know it. For everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven, a time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, etc. You know it. Well, I want to say in the spirit of that today is a time to listen, a time to learn, a time to be informed, a time to engage in reflective, high-quality conversations, l'shem shamayim, for the sake of heaven or for the sake of something better. That means it is not the time to disrupt. It's not the time to sit in a session and shout and scream because a speaker says something with which you don't agree. We want to encourage disagreement. We learn from disagreement. But today's not the time to have a ruck. Today's not the time for us to have to ask any of our security officers to remove anyone from the building. And we really hope that everybody here can abide to those. And I'll know that you heard me and understood me if you're in the room, if you're watching in one of the many rooms in the building on the live stream, or you're watching at home, just so that I know that you heard and understood the one key rule of the day. You're going to give a round of applause for it. I wish you all a day of meaningful conversations and encounters with people you agree with and disagree with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raymond. I'm delighted to invite David Davidi Brown, Chief Executive of the New Israel Fund in the UK, to speak.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you, everyone that's been part of making this possible. It's an honour to be part of those welcoming you to the conference and to be partnering with JW3, Yachad, and of course, Haaretz. The values we share with our partners are what drive us to work towards a just, safe, and equal Israel. That's what we do at the New Israel Fund. And usually our work focuses on the long term, defending democracy and expanding equality. But in the hours and days after the Hamas atrocities, our work became much more immediate. We were protecting and providing people from the towns, kibbutzim, and Bedouin villages devastated by those attacks. In the aftermath of 7th of October, globally, the New Israel Fund raised over $6 million to shelter, feed, educate, and provide medical and emotional support to tens of thousands of people. The New Israel Fund was among the first to give a grant and assistance to the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. We were also the first UK Jewish charity to raise funds for humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza. Our partners have been leading efforts to combat the kinds of human rights abuses that you heard Amos speak about, and counter extremism from Israel's government. In these most difficult of 12 months, we have taken action to support and demand security and dignity, unlike the people outside, for Israelis and Palestinians. Whilst this conference may be titled around an or question, is Israel allied or alone, it is the ways this conference shows how we can overcome binary choices that I hope resonates today. We can listen to politicians from the right, centre, and the left. We can support Israel and stand against the extremism of Israel's government. We can seek security and freedom for Israelis and Palestinians. We can have compassion for Arabs and Jews. The range of people presenting and topics being addressed today shows engaging with Israel and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict at its best, embracing complexity and seeking a better, safer, and shared future for all the people and peoples across the Middle East. Whilst the situation may make it hard to find hope, I find inspiration in the determination of my Israeli and Palestinian colleagues. I encourage you to hear from those that are joining us today and to get more involved with the New Israel Fund to support them and the many more leaders and organisations we partner with who are striving for that just, safe and equal future for Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm delighted to ask Hannah Weisfeld, Executive Director of Yachad, to speak.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hannah Weisfeld. I'm the Executive Director of Yachad, which, for those of you in this room who may not be familiar with our work, we're a British Jewish organisation that works to mobilise British Jews in support of a political resolution to the Israel-Palestine conflict. We work to ensure that the voices of our supporters are properly represented by Jewish communal bodies and that our politicians in Westminster hear the broad spectrum of opinion that exists within the mainstream British Jewish community about the conflict. It's for this reason that I'm particularly pleased that the Middle East Minister, Hamish Falconer, is able to join us in a few minutes' time. Key to our work is uplifting the voices of our partners on the ground in the region, ensuring they have a platform in Parliament here within the Jewish community. And to have so many of them join us here today is really important for us. I hope that you will be inspired by what they have to say. It does not need me to tell you that the past 12 months has been unbelievably difficult and traumatic. And with no end in sight, it's really hard not to lose hope. One of the reasons that Yachad felt it was so important to be a partner in this conference today was because we think it's essential that we don't just throw up our hands in despair. We need to do everything we can to ensure that out of this horror, a new reality emerges. I hope that today will help us to think about how we can support our partners in the region, the international community, and our own government in making decisions that will help not just to bring an end to the war, but an end to this conflict once and for all. We all need to be part of building a future that guarantees freedom, dignity, and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope, despite some of the challenging discussions and maybe protests that you will end up in, that you feel leaving inspired and hopeful.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm delighted to invite Lord Michael Levy, former personal envoy to Prime Minister Tony Blair and his Middle East advisor, to speak. Lord Levy will also be introducing a special recorded message for the conference by Tony Blair.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here this morning, and I want to thank everyone who helped put this conference together. New Israel Fund, Yachad, JW3 for hosting this event, and particularly Haaretz. Your journalists have been truly amazing over this last number of years. And particularly over this last period of time. You have really had articles in your paper that are both brave, sensitive, and in many ways show a way forward. So, Amos, to you, your paper and your journalists, Be'emet toda rabba. Thank you. It is certainly the most difficult time that I personally can remember. A divided Israel, a divided world jury, and a divided world opinion on Israel. October the 7th last year was horrendous for Israel and for all of us Jews. We have here with us today Dr. Sharon Lifshitz, whose parents are hostages in Gaza, and my own 28-year-old cousin, Emily Damari, whose mum was a bridesmaid at my wedding 57 years ago, is still a hostage. The destruction in Gaza and now in Lebanon is just terrible. And the humanitarian crisis is worsening by the day. And we must not forget what is also happening in the West Bank. Frankly, things are just out of control. What is the way forward? How do we get out of this mess? Where is the leadership that will find the trajectory to show the way forward and get us out of this mess? I know that we all here care deeply about Israel, a secure state of Israel that can live in peace with its neighbors. But we also believe in a state for the Palestinians, and that for both the Israelis and the Palestinians to have hopes, aspirations, and dreams for their future. And no more nightmares and death and destruction. I look back to 1995, 29 years ago now, when Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated. Hatred, vile rhetoric created the atmosphere for a young man to carry out this shameful atrocity and murder of Rabin. I remember that Shabbat evening, Tony Blair was then leader of the opposition, was at our home, as he always was, at the weekend, and he phoned me in the evening and he said, "Michael, this is horrendous. I know I'm not Prime Minister, but I'm leader of the Labour Party. Rabin is also leader of the Labour Party. I feel I want to go to the funeral." I said, "Tony, I'm going. I had the privilege of knowing Rabin and being friends with him for a number of years." And he came to Israel that next day. And I remember having meetings with him and the leaders of Israel in the King David Hotel and introducing him as hopefully the next Prime Minister of the UK. When we got back to London, he was so emotionally touched. He said, "Michael, I want to get involved in this whole Middle East process. Will you please help me? And if I'm fortunate enough to become Prime Minister, then I would like you to be my envoy." I look back and I'm almost in shock at what has happened in the years that have gone by. I had bad moments. I remember being in shul, quite stunned when I'd had to have a meeting with Arafat, and I'm a Levy, And I washed the hands of a Kohen, and someone said, "We don't want you to wash our hands. You've shaken hands with Arafat." I thought that was bad at the time. But compared to what is happening now, it's almost a little scratch. I remember going back and forth to see the late Assad, Hafez al-Assad. I remember him saying, "Now is the time to talk to the Israelis without preconditions." When the secret cable came back to Blair, he called me into number 10 and he said, "Michael, I don't want to make a fool of myself. If I phone Clinton on this hotline, he'll think it's nonsense." And I said, "Tony, I don't speak Arabic. The ambassador does. The team with me from the Foreign Office do." This is what he said. But he also made it clear that America would then have to take over in the running of any negotiations. He phoned Clinton. 3 days later, Albright, who was then Secretary of State, was in Damascus. And then a few weeks later, Assad was too sick to travel, but Ashara, the vice president, came via London to discuss everything, went to Shepherdstown. Things were that close. I look at now the gap in the time and what has happened, and it is really quite awe-inspiring. I'm really thrilled to see a former Prime Minister of Israel here today, Ehud Olmert. Ehud, we've known each other for too many years. Please carry on, although you're no longer in government, with the work you're doing. I'm also delighted that Hamish Falconer, the Minister in the Foreign Office, is here with us. Hamish is determined to make a difference, as is David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, and as is our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. They are all engaged. Things will happen that we may not agree with. I've been lambasted, absolutely screamed at by people because of things that the government have done. And we know the issues just recently. Things are not easy. But I can assure everyone in this room that the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, Hamish, and the whole team are not anti-Israel. They are for a secure state of Israel, but also for a Palestinian state where there can be dignity, peace, and security. For Israel and for the Palestinians, and for us Jews around the world to really feel proud about the country we love. We've had that feeling for so many years, and I want that feeling to come back in spades, certainly in my lifetime. And I'm over 80 now, so I truly hope and pray that there will be a secure peace situation for all sides in the coming years. Unfortunately, I'm not sure where the leadership is today, where the vision is, where the humanity is, and where the desire for peace is. But I very much hope that some of the deliberations today at this conference will shed some light in the darkness of these very difficult times. Unfortunately, Sir Tony Blair could not be with us today. He wanted to be, but he's overseas. But he has prepared a video, and please, if you watch the screen, there is a video from my dear friend, the former Prime Minister, Sir Tony Blair. Thank you very much.
very much.
Thank you, Lord Levy, and thank you, Tony Blair. Oded and Yocheved Lifshitz were brutally abducted by Hamas from their home on Kibbutz Nir Oz on October the 7th. Yocheved was released a few weeks later, but Oded, now 84 years old, is still being held hostage in Gaza. Their daughter, Dr. Sharon Lifshitz, is a filmmaker and has spoken out passionately for the immediate release of the hostages and against their abandonment. Sharon, I'd like to invite you to speak to us.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming. And thank you for everybody that made this conference, for putting the hostages first. I think that the timeline of the hostages is running out incredibly quickly. And while we can organize loads of things, and I think we should plan for the next year, I know in my heart that very few of our loved ones will survive another year in captivity. And I think the urgency, we must not forget the urgency of it. We must not forget that everything that has unfolded in the last year, and especially since the end of the deal that was never meant to be ended, the first deal where Israel went back to fighting, where it could have, in spite of Hamas not being kind or generous, they could have saved another 7 people, and that's 7 worlds. I recently asked my mom how she manages to hold it together. She said she got that ability from her mother, Leah. The ability to stay calm, to look at reality and face it without fanning the flames. I don't know much about my great-grandmother. She died when my grandmother was a little girl. Leah, my grandmother, turned the tough childhood and the trauma of her mother's loss and losing almost all her family in the Holocaust into a life of building a home and a family with my grandfather Avraham in Palestine, and then Israel and the country. Literally, in the case of Abraham, my grandfather, who was a bricklayer by profession, it was a happy home full of Abraham singing. He was a chazan in the synagogue before he lost his family, and with it its fate in God. At night, my mother will hear them crying for the whole family that they have lost in the ovens. I feel all of us in this room recognize these night's tears from our last year. Since my mom returned a year and 4 days ago, I've been by her side as she rebuilt a life and advocated for my father's return together with all the other hostages. I've been away from home in London and my family for almost half this time. And it is still incomprehensible that all this took place, the death and destruction, and that my father is still held hostage with 29 other members of my community. Today is the 27th of October, and Kibbutz Nir Oz invited the Prime Minister of Israel to come and visit. He didn't come, but many other people are coming today to visit Nir Oz. And I should be there really, but I'm here. Kibbutz Nir Oz is a small kibbutz very close to the border, and on the 7th of October, we had 57 murdered in total, out of which at least 7 were kidnapped from their home alive and murdered in captivity. 76 in total was kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz, and we are about 400 in total. 29 of them are still held in Gaza, 20 alive, and 9 dead, still in captivity. 40 women and children from among the abductees return in the deal. Only deal returns them alive. 7 bodies of hostages were returned to Israel as part of military rescue operation. In total, 117 girls and boys, elderly people, women and men were murdered or kidnapped. The trauma and ongoing war of the year of advocating has not changed the course of event, and it's always kind of filled me with hope when I'm here, and then reality kicks in. And I don't know what we are doing wrong, but we have not managed to return the hostages. And we know that some of them will be returned in coffins, and some of them will never be found. This devastation makes me understand what devastation feels like, what losing so much feels like, what those whose world has been crashing on our screens forever must feel like, while I felt the illusion of safety. And we can imagine, if we hold our hearts open a minute longer, how devastating are the losses and pain of our neighbors across the border. My parents' home was burnt out together with most homes in the kibbutz on that day. And if you stand on the ashes and look through the burnt out window in my parents' house, you look across the field and you see the village there. I think it's called El-Zrir. And there's so much devastation, so much devastation. And with all that, you know, people tell me I don't care. Some people in Israel, some people in their pain cannot open their heart to the pain there. And for them, I answer that when I put my child in the nursery, I want to make sure that the people that look after him are well enough to make good choices. Israel in the last year has made it impossible for the people holding my father and the other hostages to make good choices. And I feel that all of us as human, you know, other people tell me that they hold hope for my father. He was a good man. He fought for Palestinians. Somewhere there is this magic person who is looking after him and taking care of him. And it reminds me that while people can say that the other side are murderers and beasts and have no heart and have lost all sign of humanity, in effect, we depend on their humanity. The survival of our loved one depends on their humanity. And it is this shared humanity that we must hold on. My mom was taken from the home. She saw my father lying there on the floor. She saw hundreds of nukhbas and then shabab, which are just people coming towards her. She was taken on the motorbike across the fields between us and Gaza. And as she was taken, it was the Hamas nukhbas that were protecting her from people running towards her with sticks and stones and shouting, Itbach al-Yahud and Allahu Akbar. And she was then taken under, after her jewelry was taken from her, and she was taken under into the tunnels where she was 40 days. She knew the people that were looking after her. Her life depended on them. And all the hostages that came back, you know, tried to make contact. And when my mom was released, she famously turned around. She did not know what happened to everybody, but she turned around and she shook the hand, but that was not all she did. She then looked really clearly into her captor's eyes, and she looked into his eyes. And in that look, if I have to say what that look is a demand to acknowledge shared humanity. If there's something we must all go back to at our heart, is that sense of shared humanity. Because it's confusing times. it's really confusing times. The level of trauma that my community is going through will be with us for the rest of our life. It's sometimes hard to remember everybody that died. We talk about coming back to the kibbutz, but 57 members will not be coming back. And that's not include the people that have died of broken heart since. Northern Gaza is besieged. There are people in my country of Israel, I have 2 countries, that are waiting to go back and settle it. I guess they expect the hostages to make their way to the new settlements and knock on the door. Otherwise, I can't accept that they're doing that. They're also, my kibbutz is still in ashes. The government has not passed money still to rebuild the kibbutz. After a year, those of us that felt it's not political have to remember that it was always political for the other side, that it was always a period of miracles for the other side. The illusion that liberal democracies are safe is crashing in front of our eyes. So many people still think the fight is about the game, the sides, them and us, rather than the very pitch on which we play. A massive sinkhole has opened in the fabric of our pitch. The ground liberal democracies has built the imperfect political systems upon. We are fighting for the pitch on a game on which a game can unfold. My parents believed that all were born equal. And the people standing outside here today, I guess, believe they had no right to be there. I am the daughter of the 2nd generation of Jews that lived in Israel and did not firsthand experience anti-Semitism. It shapes you quite differently. I say to my friends in Israel and people I talk, stay and fight if you can at all, because once it's gone, we know how to lament it for 2,000 years. I feel that Kibbutz Nir Oz must be rebuilt, but it's not going to be Kibbutz Nir Oz as we know it. But the idea that people can live on that border and build bridges. I hope I have it in my heart. I don't know, I saw now just the people outside and I kind of felt so angry with them, but really I should, look them in the eye, with the look that demands shared humanity, because it's so easy to turn each other into less humans. And when you turn somebody into less human, when you say them rather than us, when you do not feel that, when I stand in my parents' house, they are, I can hear the bombs. I can feel them under my feet. I can feel the devastation. My parents lived there for 65 years. My father has, I visited Gaza with my mom and dad in early 2000, before the second Intifada. My mom is 86 now. Lord Levy just spoke about 30 years of trying to make peace. And I feel that it's on us now. We must do it. Recently, someone told me about an article my father wrote in 1963. And in it, he said, it's funny, he said we should take over the Palestinian territories. And that sounds terrible, but the second sentence was, and give the Palestinian a state. And so these ideas have been going around for a long time, and we must make them true. My mom is 86, so many pillars of her world have crushed. I've been spending so much time with her since her return, knowing that she too will be gone, that the miracle of her return is not to be taken for granted. There are so many people that we still know, and I'm going to talk just about a few of them. I'm going to thank all the people who have been working so hard for the hostages. It's not obvious. We could not have done it without you. We have been shown amazing kindness this past year. I have felt that we hold you very dear in our heart. I also feel that a year is gone, that we have run 200 miles an hour on 20% battery for a year, and that the hard work begins now. And so I ask all of us to stay really clear-headed, to not defend, to not... My father used to say that imperfect ideals are better than no ideals at all. I think there's many ways to reach a solution. I don't really care if, you know, the last stage will be one-state solution, two-state solution, five-state solution. I think we now need to do what it takes to move to some better sanity. I am an educator. I've taught here in London many generations of students, mostly from the global south. I know that we can change, that we can grow, that we can adapt, that what we think now is not necessarily what we think in 10 years' time. There's a whole generation who grew up in Gaza without another alternatives. There's a whole generation who grew up in Israel thinking that Netanyahu is the forever prime minister. We have to imagine something more sane is possible, and we have to work for it in every way that we can. 7th of October didn't come out of nothing on both sides. I am not going to wait for anything. I'm going to only wait for the hostages. I have a contract with them. I ask you to participate in that contract and share it. But beyond that, I just ask you to keep your heart open, to remember that somebody is looking after our hostages there, to wish them to make wise choices, kind choices, to wish for our soldiers to make wise choices, kind choices. At every moment, we know it from the 7th of October. Some of the Nukhba shot and some didn't. One of them killed Noya Dan, my best friend's daughter, and then left her grandmother bleeding there while they set the house of fire. But others spared people. At every moment, we can make a choice, and we ask and demand of our fellow human being, whatever ethnic group, whatever nation they belong to make a better choice. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Sharon. Now it's my pleasure to invite Hamish Falconer, MP, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for the Middle East, North Africa, Afghanistan and Pakistan, to address us.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Before I start, I just want to address that stunning speech from Sharon, which was stunning, I think, partly because the strength of shared humanity that you described is so stunning to hear. I recognise I came through, like I'm sure many of you did, a bad-tempered protest, and I know in these days it is so easy for everybody to retrench behind their positions into their groups. And I found that very moving to hear, as I'm sure the rest of the audience did, and it's a testament to incredible bravery and humanity from you, Doctor, so I just wanted to say thank you. I'm pleased to be joining you all today, and thank you for the opportunity to share some reflections on what the British government is doing in response to this truly appalling conflict. And I do want to start by acknowledging the many, many families for whom the clock stopped on the 7th of October. Before I was a politician, I was a hostage negotiator for the Foreign Office, the department I've now returned to. And my last job before I left for politics was to try and negotiate the release of 6 men who'd been detained by the Taliban. And I don't have personal experience. They were not my father's husbands and wives who were detained, but I spent a lot of time with the families, and I know the terrible horror of the uncertainty, the ups and downs, the waking up every morning wondering whether or not there's something else that the family should be doing. And I can only imagine what it feels like now, more than a year on. The attack by Hamas was terrorism on a scale and brutality that few countries have ever experienced. I think daily of those grieving for the people killed on that day, of the families whose loved ones continue to be held in Gaza, and of course, as Sharon did, of the civilians in Gaza who are enduring such immense suffering and loss as well. Again and again in the past year, we've seen the terrible impact this conflict is having on all communities across the region. The only way we can end this is through a deal. Peace may seem distant, but the UK will continue to make every effort to secure the release of the hostages and push for a ceasefire to create space for a political solution. The time for that is now. Before I turn to some of the decisions that we have made in recent months, I want to take this moment to reflect on the events this weekend. We continue to support Israel's right to defend itself against Iranian aggression. But we need to avoid further regional escalation, and we urge all sides to show restraint. Iran should not respond, and we will continue to work with allies to de-escalate the situation across the region. More broadly, Iran must immediately halt its attacks and stand down its proxies. These attacks have escalated an already incredibly dangerous situation and pushed the region even closer to the brink. 2 weeks ago, in response to Iran's attack against Israel, we imposed sanctions on 9 Iranian individuals spanning the Iranian military and security establishment. And at this moment of great tension, our message is clear. Calmer heads must prevail. We must see de-escalation on all sides. Turning now to the decisions made by the new government that I represent, particularly on arms exports, international humanitarian law, and settler sanctions. I want to underline, these decisions are based on our absolute commitment to international law, but they are also based on our continued belief in a two-state solution, however distant that may feel. We have made clear that settler violence in the West Bank is unacceptable. It has led to serious abuses of Palestinian human rights and greater instability in the region. As long as there is little accountability for settler violence, the UK will consider further actions to take. These decisions do not weaken our support for Israel's security. They do not weaken our support for Israel defending itself against terrorism and Iran's malign activity. And they do not weaken our support for the people of Israel and the Jewish citizens of this country. We will continue to call out actions that undermine what is the only realistic end to continued conflict in the Middle East. That's a safe and secure Israel living aside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. Let me turn in more detail to the devastating situation in Gaza. More than 42,000 people have been killed, according to the Health Ministry, and 50% of the bodies identified were women and children. This humanitarian zone covers approximately 15% of the Gaza Strip. It is chronically overcrowded, and the lack of clean water and sanitation means the risk of disease is rife. humanitarian access remains wholly inadequate. Last week, I visited Al Arish on the border of Egypt and Gaza. I saw for myself thousands of trucks full of aid waiting to cross the border. Some of them had been there months. There were warehouses full of life-saving items, sleeping bags, medical equipment, tarpaulin for the winter. But as we've all seen, there have been repeated attacks on convoys, and the level of aid getting in is far too low. We are firm in our support for the United Nations and for UNRWA. They are the only body able to deliver the vital services needed to the people of Gaza and to Palestinian refugees across the region. But we were appalled by allegations that UNRWA staff may have taken part in the October the 7th attacks. That's why the UK has pushed for that agency to bring in more robust vetting procedures and to fully implement the Kelowna report recommendations. £1 million of our funding this year will support the implementation of an action plan to implement those recommendations. We are deeply concerned too by legislation currently under consideration by the Israeli Knesset, which would critically undermine UNRWA's operations. This is neither in Israel's interests nor realistic, given the agency's vital role in delivering aid and essential services. At a time when more aid should be getting into Gaza, it is deeply harmful to Israel's international reputation as a democratic country that its lawmakers are taking steps which would make delivering food, water, medicines and healthcare more difficult. The international community are clear that UNRWA and other UN organisations and agencies must be fully able to deliver humanitarian aid. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is catastrophic. Access to basic services, safe drinking water, shelter, healthcare is worsening every day. Already dire conditions are likely to deteriorate significantly as winter approaches. Israel can and must do much more to stop this. It has a responsibility to ensure significantly more aid enters and that the UN and other aid workers can operate safely. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organisation. It hides behind Gazan civilians, embedding itself in hospitals and schools. But all parties must do everything possible to protect civilians and fully respect international humanitarian law. Israel must do their utmost to protect the civilian population, even if that means making difficult choices. All too often, in the pursuit of Hamas, we have seen civilians pay the price. The Israeli government must take all necessary precautions to avoid civilian casualties, to ensure that aid can flow freely into Gaza through all land routes, and to allow the UN and its humanitarian partners to operate safely and effectively. But of course, aid can only relieve the crisis. It cannot resolve it. Nor is it possible to resolve conflicts through military means alone. The only path to durable peace is a political solution. Following the death of the terrorist leader Yahya Sinwar, it is time for a new chapter in Gaza. We reiterate our call for the release of all hostages, an immediate ceasefire, and an increase in humanitarian aid. We must offer hope to both Israelis and Palestinians through a renewed political horizon. Peace is possible, but it will need political bravery and acceptance that there will be difficult choices. The risks of further escalation cannot be overstated. The situation in Lebanon is worsening daily, and we cannot let Lebanon become another Gaza. So we repeat our call for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Lebanese Hezbollah. Turning now to matters closer to home, I cannot end without sharing my deep concern at the surge in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia here in the UK. One of my first meetings as a minister was with Jewish community leaders. On the anniversary of the 7th of October, I went to Heaton Park Synagogue and visited the Manchester Jewish Museum. I heard firsthand the concerns of the Jewish community. And I can imagine how many of you will have felt being shouted at as you came in. For those of you who are not British, let me say as a British minister, you are welcome here. This is an important conference and I'm glad to see you. Last Tuesday, I joined Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner to meet with members of the British Palestinian community to hear their concerns. My message to both communities is this: there is no place in our society for anyone who spreads hate. The government stands together with our friends in the Jewish community and the Muslim community against racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and fear. We will not waver in our determination to root out hatred wherever we find it. And we must, all of us, work to build understanding and tolerance between our communities. Allow me to conclude by reiterating that it is only through the power of diplomacy that we can bring the hostages home, break this relentless cycle of violence, and work towards a long-term solution. Until that day, our thoughts remain with those who have lost so much and all who continue to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamish. At 11:30, you're going to get a bit of a break now. So much brain food. We will start our first panel here in this hall. Diaspora Jews in Israel, Shockwaves from October the 7th and the Gaza War. Simultaneously, we will be starting a number of parallel sessions in different rooms around JW3. Please look at your program to choose which session you would like to attend. And there is one change. The sessions that were scheduled for the Piazza rooms have been moved to the Arts and Learning rooms on floor 2. Enjoy. break. Again, if you don't have somewhere to sit, you do need to go and find another session to attend. And we do want to start in the next minute or so. So please, bums on seats. And if you cannot find somewhere to sit, please choose another session from the program. Thank you.
Okay, friends, if I could just get your attention for one moment, please. Friends, please, we really need to start on time. We have a really packed day. If you do not have a seat, the room is completely full. The sessions in this room are currently being live streamed on a screen on the second floor in two different rooms, in Learning Room 2 and in the Arts and Learning Room. If you haven't got a seat now, can I kindly ask you to please make your way out of the room and up the stairs. We can't have people sitting on laps. We can't have people sitting on the stairs, and we would like to start. Please also note that this afternoon, friends, it'll be so much easier if the person next to you is talking. Please give them a little nudge. Thank you. Oh, if only my children were like that at home, it would be so much easier. For this afternoon, to make things more comfortable for people because of our friends across the road who are being very noisy, despite having been moved across the road, the sessions this afternoon that are all down as the Dorfman Piazza will now be taking place on the second floor in the double drama room. You're going to have to just bear with us and be patient as we try and organise that. So this afternoon session, if you picked a session that you'd like to go to and it says Dorfman Piazza, that will now be on the second floor in double drama. Okay? And hopefully people will be able to help you during the day. That's the kind of hush we need. Esther. Please give Esther a round of applause.
It's my pleasure to introduce our first panel, Diaspora Jews in Israel, chaired by Daniela Peled, Managing Editor of the Institute for War and Peace Reporting.
To introduce our illustrious panel. Ayala Paniewski, Research Fellow at City University, Cambridge University and Moulad. Writer, journalist and broadcaster Jonathan Friedland. Sir Mick Davis, former chair of the Jewish Leadership Council and former chief executive of the Conservative Party. And Jack Lubner, who is chair of Young Labour and a long-time activist. So I'm delighted to welcome you all to our first discussion on Israel and the diaspora. And our panel has a wealth of expertise and experience navigating what has always been a complex relationship. And I think over the last year has been particularly challenging. So I'd like to start with you, Jonathan. So the focus since October 7th and the Gaza war has quite rightly been on the impact on civilians on the ground and also the immense geopolitical aspects. But here in the UK, we have had soaring rates of anti-Semitism. Jewish life has become sometimes uncomfortable, as everyone who ran the gamut of the protesters outside has been. So we're having our own experience, but considering the wider implications, is there a space or do we have a role to speak in all of this?
Thank you, and thanks everyone who's here. I think that's a good starting point about whether we have a right to speak about it, because it's not obvious emotionally to us that we have that right. I think there's three pieces of this. The first one is a kind of guilt that diaspora Jews felt very intensely, I think, after October the 7th, in talking to Israeli friends and relatives, which was a very simple emotional thing, which is we weren't going through what you were going through. You know, that was the sense. However bad we might feel, we weren't in directly grieving. I mean, obviously there were people who have relatives and friends, but the direct impact of that grief, the comparison. My podcast co-host, Levy, said it's as if they were sitting shiva. We were guests at the shiva, but they were sitting shiva, you know. That is a difference. We were going through it emotionally, but at some remove. And there's a kind of guilt there about expressing our feelings or pain that we were going through because it, as it were, didn't compare. So I think that was a big thing in terms of inhibiting people feeling as if they had the right to talk about it. The second piece of that, though, is that makes us feel as if, look, we have got something to say, is something about narratives, which is, you know, a lot of people have said about Israelis are not seeing the war that we're all seeing, you know, that there's, and we're not seeing the war they're seeing. What does that mean? There's sort of two narratives, I think, about this. Inside Israel, the narrative is very straightforward. We were attacked in the most hideous way on October the 7th, and everything we're doing now is right to hit back at these vicious, brutal enemies. And if tens of thousands of people are dead, and by the way, this will be the narrative, we doubt these figures because they come from the Gaza Health Ministry, but even if they are, runs this narrative, well, that's Hamas's fault because they embedded themselves with civilians, and that's that narrative. Then there's the narrative from outside, which is, yeah, whatever happened on October 7th was awful, but look what's gone on since. This brutal war that has seen tens of thousands killed. It's, you know, this word has now been long overtaken, but it's disproportionate. Now we're way beyond that. It's, you know, it's something else. It's kind of brutal bloodlust. People in, you know, in Britain or America or Germany or whatever are hearing that. People in Israel are hearing the other. The one group that is exposed to both those narratives all the time are diaspora Jews. Because we're in our own community, we're hearing, you know, where you go to I was in Shul last week, Shemini Atzeret, there's yellow ribbons everywhere for the hostages. There was an Israeli flag in the Shul. We're in that narrative of grieving still for October 7th, and simultaneously we put on the BBC News or CNN or Sky, whatever, we're exposed to the other narrative in a way that Israelis day to day are not. They're not seeing pictures every minute of dead children in Gaza. They're just not seeing that. And so we're in this very odd position of that pressure of living with both. And then the final thing I would say on it is, In fact, maybe I'll save that because there'll be more conversation. I should let other people in. But I think you're asking the right question. Do we feel we have the right? On the one hand, we feel guilty that we haven't suffered as much directly as Israelis obviously did on October 7th. On the other hand, we feel we have this very squeezed vantage point because we are exposed to both narratives.
So, Mick, I mean, October the 7th and the Gaza War seems a watershed in all kinds of ways, but certainly for the dynamic between the diaspora and Israel. I mean, historically it's been, to put it crudely, Israel wants the diaspora to support it emotionally, financially, politically, and when it comes to a sort of reciprocal involvement, the standard answer is you can't criticise us because you don't live here, you're not exposed to the same existential issues, and crucially, your children don't go to the army. So how can that conversation change, or can it?
Well, I mean that's a conversation which is sort of comes from a very false base. I mean, Israel actually is a creature of the diaspora. The first Zionists who went to Israel to rebuild or to start the vestiges of the elements of the modern state came from the diaspora. The major immigrations to Israel came from the diaspora. The move from Israel from sort of a developing state into a country which is now in the first world in every sense came after the Russian immigration to Israel. So the fact that Israel actually is a creature of the diaspora, and normally diasporas come from people who've emigrated from countries. We started out and we went in. So I see no issue in diaspora having a fully vested right to be engaged with Israel. And the fact that we are not suffering or we're not exposed to the physical dangers that take place in Israel and exist in Israel should not inhibit us from having a conversation which is critically important for Israel. Because the reality is that today we're either going to have a better future or a bleaker future as the Jewish people. And that better future or bleaker future is impacting everybody, whether they're in Israel or whether they're in diaspora. And therefore we have to engage. So the traditional view that diaspora Jewries must stay in their lane, which is in the old days deliver cash, help initially with sourcing arms and things like that, and be 100% supportive of Israel irrespective of what happens, and that Israel will continue and look at the diaspora, and only in the time of extremists become engaged is a ridiculous division. We are all part of the same road and we have to travel down that road together. Now, I've sort of been saying this for a very long time, and Jonathan once got me into a lot of trouble when I said it very vociferously about 15 years ago when I said that Benjamin Netanyahu had no courage, and because of that lack of courage, we're heading into a dark place. Well, we are now in that dark place. And I think that we have to recognize that diaspora Jewry and the leadership in diaspora Jewry has suffered from a deficit of leadership because they have not been willing to speak out consistently and to do things that they should be doing. Now, today it's become accepted that people have said, well, you can't manage a conflict, you've got to resolve a conflict. Well, that was said many years ago by myself. And I think that the issue is not October the 7th. The issue is the fact that, putting aside the viciousness and maliciousness of terrorist attacks on Israel, is that we're faced with one essential issue that needs to be resolved, and that is the relationship with the Palestinian people. The occupation is corrosive. It is corrosive in every sense in Israeli society. And that is where we as the diaspora Jewry have to play a role.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because I don't think similar statements would have been made in a similar way, maybe at a time of crisis 15 years ago. So I think the conversation has shifted. I want to turn to you now, Ayala, and as an Israeli. We have these intense discussions about Israel. Israel is, one way or another, a centre of Jewish life in the diaspora. We're arguing, we're wrestling, we're hugging. It features. It's a really important feature. I think I know the answer to this question, but can the same be said for how Israelis think about the diaspora? Are we really important to them?
Well, First of all, thanks for having me. And I hate to break the news, but Israelis are busy with other issues at the moment. So I would say that on their list of priorities right now, certainly during this past year, but also in the years before, the Jewish diaspora is pretty low on our priorities and the agenda, just because people are still, as we've heard before from speakers here who lost their loved ones, who are still trying to bring back their hostages from Gaza. We know that the situation keeps escalating. So life in Israel is so intense at the moment that thinking about what's happening outside of Israel that is not directly related to whether you can take the bus today or it's not a good idea.
In a wider sense, because Israel consumes us even when it's not in the middle of a crisis as it is now.
Yes, and I think it's interesting to note, so while anti-Semitism has played role, the surge in anti-Semitism has also played out differently in British politics here in the UK, it also is being played out very differently in Israeli politics. So there is this attention to anti-Semitism abroad, but it is being framed by political forces as a way to evade accountability sometimes, and as a way to say, well, the whole world is against us, which is a very strong narrative now in the mainstream news sources in Israel. The whole world is against us, and this is why we see protesters, this is why we hear criticism of our government. It's not about what we do, it's all part of this grand narrative. So I think it's important to recognize that these issues that are real and need to be addressed are also then being weaponized and manipulated in different ways in different contexts. But I think the more important thing I would like to say, and I would like to build on my wise co-panelists here, because I think you said two very important things. I think that for Israelis and Palestinians on the ground that are hoping to see a different future in Israel and in Palestine, the collaboration, the coalitions that we managed to build are priceless. And over the past decades, and there is a fascinating research done on this by one of our Molad researchers, since the 90s, the relationships that the far right in Israel managed to build with far right parties and politicians and movements abroad has been very effective, very influential, very powerful in reshaping the politics within Israel, while the coalitions that we managed to build on the peace camp or the left center or progressives or liberals with other coalitions and movements abroad have not been as effective and as political. And I think this is an important thing that we need to recognize, because whatever happens, of course, under this government, we are not very hopeful, but whatever happens in the coming year or two, this is going to be a long road to bring peace and equality to Israelis and to Palestinians. And we will need all the collaboration and the help and the coalition and support that we can get, because on the other side, no one is sitting and thinking, oh, should we really intervene? They are there full power. So I think this is one important message as an Israeli speaking to the Jewish community abroad, that we really need this collaboration and alliance.
It's really interesting what you say about the alliances with the far-right parties, because it makes me think of the Minister for Diaspora Affairs in Israel, who's also taken on the anti-Semitism portfolio, perhaps quite literally, because he's spent his time building alliances with far-right parties. He endorsed Marine Le Pen ahead of the elections. He's tweeted in favour of Nigel Farage, which makes me wonder how he sees his job, or how the government sees his job. And also, interestingly enough, his views on Reform Judaism, which here is respectable and mainstream, and in fact throughout the diaspora. And he said that the Reform Jews are a branch of the radical left. So, yeah.
He's that worse.
Yeah, well, right. Luckily not invited. So I'd like to turn to you now, Jack. Sorry to put you in the position of the representative of young people on this panel, but it was inevitable. It seems to me that the Gaza war has been globally really a definitive political moment for a lot of people. I mean, that's a whole other panel too. But in the same way that the Iraq war made a whole generation here political, for instance. So that's the case for the wider society globally. And I'm wondering, has it had that kind of definitive galvanizing effect, do you think, for younger people and for students, for instance?
Thank you. I think it has. And I guess maybe one way of thinking about it is first starting to think from the perspective of Jewish students. So when I was at university, I graduated in about June 2023. And it was quite funny at the time. We had this idea where we used to kind of wonder why it was that Palestine seemed to have stopped being the kind of defining, motivating issue that people were protesting against, in a way of what we had heard about what things were like maybe 15 years before, around the time of 2008 or even 2014. So this was about 2020, 21. And we had this thinking that, possibly people were starting to move a bit, away from international conflicts, and people were thinking more about what was going at home, and there were this idea that you shouldn't speak about things that you're not sort of directly involved in, sort of had quite a lot of purchase. And I think we also thought, certainly maybe in the context we were in that sort of post-Equality and Human Rights Commission report into anti-Semitism in Labour, there was a moment where anti-Semitism, I think, was being taken very seriously. And so we sort of quite naively thought that a lot of that movement may have been behind us, that wasn't where the energy was anymore. And I remember at the time I was president of the Jewish Society at my university, and there was, I think in May 2021, and there was the flare-up and the conflict, and it was a pretty bad week, and we suddenly went from having no issues to having sort of visibly Jewish students being harassed and shouted at in the street, and anti-Semitic incidents. But it calmed down very, very quickly. And it wasn't the kind of thing, I think, that defined, at least for Jewish students, their time on campus. It was a sort of annoying blip. So I left in June 2023, and when I speak to my friends who are still there, who had their academic year after that, their experiences, it's almost like a different place. It's not really a place that I would recognise. In a very, very sad way, hearing, the interfaith events that JSOCs used to hold starting to stop because those conversations became too difficult, people struggling to engage on both sides. Because I think, what happened possibly more broadly was this, a real galvanizing impact of people who hadn't previously been involved, hadn't previously seen it as a sort of defining mission driving political force, starting to get involved. To be clear, for some of those people with absolute best of intentions, for others not with the best of intentions. But regardless of why people are getting involved and regardless of the specific impacts that might have had, I think it definitely has been, like you say, that sort of once in a generation galvanizing experience, where I think for people on all sides, it suddenly, in a very short space of time, becomes very difficult to remember and imagine what things were like just over a year ago.
But for younger Jews specifically, is this now, do you think, is your feeling that people are becoming more connected to Israel? Or is it an alienating force? I mean, if this is such a relentlessly negative issue to be surrounded by, the expectation that you're there to defend or put it into context is kind of exhausting.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. And I think from my experience, at least, there is no one sort of response and there is no one reaction to what's gone on. I think in the months after October 7th, what there was, possibly in a way that hasn't been experienced in the community in quite a long time, I think there was by and large a sort of degree of unity and people coming together. But a year on, that's no longer the case. And I think people have taken it in very different ways. As a sort of anecdote, I was in South Hampstead Synagogue yesterday, and I went to Kiddush and was just chatting to random people my age. I think I sort of came across 3 or 4 people in the space of about 15 minutes who had said that they were about to make Aliyah, or they were thinking of making Aliyah, or their brother had just made Aliyah. And I know that if I go to, where I grew up in RSY, and RSY Net at Alyth, I think you might have quite very different conversations, and you have people who feel that this is a very difficult time, not necessarily that they've turned their back on Israel, but now's not the time that they want to be going out either to spend time there, or in the diaspora that they feel that their role is to defend or to advocate for it. And so I think possibly what you're seeing in a way that certainly hasn't, I think, had precedent in quite a long time, is a real bifurcation in how people are responding. But the crucial thing is that I think what you're not seeing is people disengaging in the sense of not caring. I think it's very close to people's hearts. Everyone has an opinion now, but those opinions, I think, are much, much more diverse than they have been in quite a long time.
Well, I actually did some proper journalism before the panel, and I Googled Aliyah figures from the UK, and I can announce that they're up by a third. However, they're up from sort of 220 to 320. So, let's put that into perspective. And also, I don't think people tend to get up and leave, one day after another. It's a bit like lots of wealthy people saying they would leave if the Labour government came to power, but without minimising the impact on people's lives. But carrying on from what you were saying, it strikes me that Israel has been largely a bipartisan issue in the Jewish community, as it used to be in the US, but no longer. So whatever stream you came from, whether you were Reform or Orthodox, or even if politically, if you were on the right or left, still there was a consensus that Israel is an important part of our lives, and that didn't really change across the spectrum. And so Mick or Jonathan or Ayala, do you think that kind of polarization is developing on a religious and a political way?
So I guess I haven't done the research to give you a definitive answer on that. But I think that I think the two things have happened. One is, it is 100% right that the right wing of diaspora Jewish communities feel entirely vested and enabled to engage and be part of the Israeli social and political setup. And they basically have joined forces with the political right in Israel to move the Overton window to where the acceptable political discourse actually is. So when people like me want to speak about peaceful settlement with the Palestinians, fairness in society, etc., I'm looked upon as if I'm either a complete idiot or I'm speaking stuff which is actually inappropriate to be speaking. So they've been part of that, and that's because the people who subscribe to liberal democratic values, to choose a word for us to group into, basically don't simply get up and do the stuff that they need to do. We all lack courage in that respect. Now, I suspect that what is happening right now is driving some people to saying, I can't deal with this any longer, I need to disengage. Some people who will continue be staying engaged, but my concern is that we do not have constructive engagement. And I maybe just need to make one point. You can all hear from my accent, I come from South Africa. All right, so I grew up with the deep shame of apartheid South Africa. Shame not because it was happening, shame because I was part of it. My parents are considered to be sort of almost collaborators in the process, although they voted for the opposition parties, but they did nothing, I did nothing. And essentially, as I moved through university times into adulthood, all I wanted to do was to hide my head and not become engaged, and I became a victim of that process. And in victimhood, you can go nowhere. And what is happening now, we have victims in Israel and we have victims in the diaspora. And we have to break out of this issue. So if we want to break out of this issue and not be engaged in the negativity, we've got to be engaged positively. And there's a partnership to be had between diaspora Jews and Israeli citizens, of whether they're Jewish or not Jewish, in terms to try and create a set of circumstances where Israel can emerge from the very negative place that it is in at the moment. And I'm not talking about negative in relation to fighting Hezbollah or fighting Hamas. I'm talking about negative in terms of direction of travel of Israeli society. The existential threat of Israel is entirely internal and not external.
So I strongly agree with that. I want to sort of come back to it. I think there's to break this into two bits. One is sort of what is happening, and one is perhaps what we would like to see happening. Just in terms of what is happening, I think Jack and Mick echoed it as well, is right, that this division is happening, a polarization is happening. And I think it's almost quite psychological. There are people who look at what's going on in Israel, and in this last year, and in a way, they've got two ways of coping, which is to just choose a side. One is to say, all of this is media bias, it's just the Jeremy Bowen, it's the BBC, I don't have to deal with these things I'm seeing, and instead doubling down. And I think I don't know whether it maps on, anecdotally I feel it probably does map onto the more, traditionally religious bits of the community and parts of the community associated with the right find it easier to just ally themselves with the government and say everything else that's being said is just a hostile world and bias and a kind of collective obsession with media coverage rather than actually the substance. And then there's another reaction which says, I am so appalled by what I'm seeing, I can't cope with it. I'm going to fully throw my lot in with those who are standing outside this building right now and who are against Israel, and not just against Israel now, this government, but the whole thing. The whole thing was settler colonialism, and it was a terrible mistake from the beginning. And both of those places psychologically are quite comfortable, because you then aren't really that challenged. You're all in on one side or the other, and we all anecdotally know people who've made that leap. The hardest position is the one that thinks two things at once. The one that says there are appalling things going on in Israel right now, but that doesn't mean this country uniquely among the countries of the world should stop existing. And holding both those things at once, thinking that often both sides are wrong, that the statement made by the Israeli government is wrong, and the people reporting on it have made mistakes and are reporting it wrongly. And holding both those things at once is tremendously stressful and difficult, and a lot of people give up on that, either by jumping to that side or jumping to the other side, or quiet quitting, walking away from this thing, no longer reading the papers, putting your fingers in your ears, and no longer following what's going on. And a lot of Jews are quietly withdrawing from this issue and are sort of saying, come back to me when it's over. And I understand that. So that's what I feel is happening. What should be happening is absolutely what Mick says is right, which is, you said, Daniela, in your first question for me, you said, do we have a right to speak? And I said, why some people feel ambivalent. Of course, we don't just have a right, we have a duty to speak. We have an obligation on us to say that this country, whose destiny we are bound up with one way or the other, is making a terrible historic mistake and has embarked on this mistaken and fateful course. We have a duty to say that. And if anything, the fact that we are not day to day compelled to sit in a mamad during airstrikes or missile attacks from Iran, the fact that 60,000 of us are not having to be out of our homes in the north of the country, that distance gives us a kind of privilege which enables us to think with a cooler head and say, the country is on the wrong path. We have an obligation to say it. Why are people hesitant to say that, I think, is a terrible thing that's happened since October 7, which is two things have got tangled up with each other. On the one hand, the terrible collective grief after October the 7th, that's one phenomenon, shaken the Jewish world. And the second one is, Israel is governed by the most right-wing government in its history, a Kahanist government. Ben Gvir is the de facto prime minister of the country. If these two events had happened separately, I think the Jewish community around the world, I'd hesitate to say with one voice, because we never do anything with one voice, but I think collectively and loudly, we would be standing up in outrage at Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich and their policies of provocation on the West Bank and chopping down olive trees and harassing Palestinian villages and staging pogroms in places like Hawara. We would be speaking out against that. Why do I say we would? Because we were. Look at the reaction to the judicial coup in 2023. There were diaspora communities all over the world. It was extraordinary. Israelis and diaspora Jews side by side in Paris, London, New York, protesting against an Israeli government. They'd never done that before. They found their voice. And then October the 7th came along and said, we have to go back and close ranks and circle the wagon. So I think that has really stilled that ability that otherwise we would have had to follow the path that Mick has set out.
So, Ayala, Jonathan says that we've got a right to speak out and we've got a voice, but I mean, if we do speak out, is there somebody who's going to listen? We're talking about the polarization within the Jewish community here, which I think is quite clear, but the polarization between diaspora Jews and Jews in Israel is also clear. I'm sure we all have friends, family, the conversations that we might have look very different. We are all supposed to be cowering in our homes because of raging anti-Semitism. And to a large degree, I guess, and this is something that would be really interesting for you to talk a bit more about, is the way the media reports on this. But is there anyone to listen to us?
So I would say that what Jonathan was just saying is really important exactly because the media in Israel and the media here are so different. And as you mentioned, Jonathan, your community and the people in this room are the ones who see both realities in Israel and in Gaza, who are able to acknowledge the suffering and the death on both sides of the border, and who are further away enough from the actual things that are happening on the ground, from being beaten up by Ben Gvir's policemen on the street, etc., all the hardship and the real world limitations over the opposition within Israel to make your voice heard. So I think it's significant and it's really important to use this privilege not only to make your voice heard, but to actually try to make change, which means the alliance I mentioned before with the people on the ground that are trying to make change, but also to try and work proactively, because for many decades, when people in the peace camp in Israel and in Palestine were trying to get people's attention around the world, it wasn't always a burning issue as much as it is now, and it was very difficult to build the infrastructure for political change. Because what happened in Israel over the past decades, both the judicial overall and the media and other efforts to take over democratic institutions within Israel by the most far-right governments we've ever had, this changed the conditions on the ground in a way that makes it very difficult for opposition voices to be heard and for activists to make change and to gain hearts and minds. Not to mention October 7th, which of course kind of changed people's psyches significantly. But I think the important bit is to realize that we have a place or we have a job, we have a mission to work to push forward, to promote the forces on the ground that are doing the work, but also to enable this sphere where you can be pro-Israel and pro-Palestine, because it's the same thing if you really think about the future and lives of Israelis and Palestinians, and not to fall into this conflation that happens so often where the Israeli interest, which you as the Jewish community are supposed to support, is somehow conflated with either Netanyahu's personal interests or Ben Gvir's ideological kind of messianic visions. So I think this is important that at least people here in the room and here in our Haaretz conference who are seeing many things that Israelis back home are not seeing, that we hold this reality and we make sure that we push forward the forces on the ground and fight the extremists and the settlers on the right wing, if we are to ever build a coalition that can defeat them and change the future of this place. So I think, yeah, so definitely I've done a lot of research about how the media in Israel is covering this war, and I can talk more about it if it's of interest. But I think there is a really special, unique position for the people in this room to really support change, and this change has to happen now. We don't have time to be exhausted by the news or anything. People keep dying every day on both sides of the border. We have to act now, but also realizing that the full process that we need to go through and that our societies will need to go to will take a long time, and for that too we will need support, and support is not just money, and it is money, but not just money and resources, but also collaborations, contacts, personal ideas, really looking at the powerful alliance that we are now facing in Israel and trying to build something that is as powerful and as impactful and effective to change our lives.
So I did another small bit of journalism before we started, and I Googled the numbers of the diaspora. So I think there's around 7.2 million Jews in Israel, about 8.2 globally in the diaspora. Of that, 6 million of them are in America, in the States. So that leaves us in the UK with 290, 300,000 Jews, minus the few that left this year. So we are a small, integrated, but quite polite community. So our time is running out, and I know JW3 and Haaretz are very strict about running over. So I'd like to maybe finish by asking the panel more specifically what you think this particular diaspora, which is small, and I think Israel is more likely to listen to, frankly, numbers speak, more likely to listen to a critical mass of annoyed American Jews than it is to British. But what do you think is the role of this community, if we have a role? We'll just let's all give a brief answer.
I can start.
If
that's okay. So I think, because it goes directly to continue what I was just saying, because I think that actually the Jewish community here in the UK is in a very special position at the moment. You don't have elections coming next week, right? The US, there is no one, you can't talk to anyone. They're all, and even, dare I say, the fact that the UK is not limited to the EU decisions at this moment, which means that countries like Hungary and others that are led by illiberal leadership and might be difficult to convince to join, to make some efforts on the ground, to change, to build infrastructure for peace, to be, in many ways, the fact that there is a Labour government here right now, whose constituencies, both Jewish and Muslim communities around this country, care about what's happening in the Middle East and are angry about what's happening in the Middle East, is an opportunity to be way more proactive and to work with moderate forces on the ground in neighboring countries, both in Israel and Palestine, but also Arab countries in the region, and start planning the day after, if we want there to be a day after. The Israeli government, I can assure you, is not doing that at the moment. And we could really use the help of diplomatic efforts and all the groundwork to make it even possible to bring about the change that we so desperately need. So I would really encourage people here to try and see how this is something that where you could be using your special position to help out people on the ground.
Okay, wonderful. So briefly, we have a minute each.
So a minute each. I think this community, you're absolutely right to give us a bit of sense of perspective about ourselves, that we're small. I think we can punch above our weight partly because of the English language. So the conversation we have can resonate and often can just go in with the conversation in within American Jewry in a way that, for example, the French Jewish community, more numerous than us, cannot anything like so easily. So I think that's important. I would also just say something about echoing the point you made about partnerships for progressives within Israel did have or felt they had some allies outside in the wider left. And one of the small sort of stories of October 7th was the kind of heartbreak a lot of progressives felt in Israel when they realized actually progressives outside did not mourn their dead with them after October the 7th. And the fact that a gathering by Haaretz is protested outside, by the people outside, makes that point, that they don't really distinguish, and I think that lesson has come through. It goes to, and I'm not just saying this to flatter our hosts, Haaretz, but how few people are there, holding these two things at once, who are able to think two things at once. Haaretz absolutely does do that. It shows you the sometimes very bleak reality of what's going on, what Israel is doing, and at the same time it is obviously, just by its nature, committed to Israel surviving and thriving. And those small places exist, but they are feeling quite beleaguered. They do not have the allies they thought they had on the outside, and therefore the support we can give before it might have been a nice to have, it's now essential, I think, for those, anyone who wants to see progress advance in Israel. It's much more on us than I think we might have realised.
Over to you, Jack. We've got a minute for each of you.
Sure. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think the interesting thing, and actually the advantage that we're not always aware of being a smaller community, much smaller than, say, compare it to the American diaspora community, is that whether or not we want to, we have to work together as a community. We have a sort of, if you compare it to the structures, say, in the American community, they don't have the level of cross-communal organisations, of infrastructure that we do here. You don't have, the fact that regardless of if I think I'm on the left on Israel and you're on the right, we're not able to exist in our silos here and only talk to people who agree with us. We have to go to Kiddush, go see other people, sit in the same organisations, work with them. And actually, I think that's a huge, huge strength, because it means that we are, even if we have a very diverse array of opinion, there is still a sort of shared narrative. We do still have the same shared touch points, and the same people that represent all of us, or do their best to. And as a result, I think we have this massive opportunity to really try change hearts and minds within our own community, to communicate with people who might not be hearing things, who would not normally, would not be in this room, in a way that is actually much harder, I think, in most places. So yes, we're small, but let's use that to our advantage.
And handing over very briefly to you, Mick, to have the last word.
Okay, well, the American Jewish community might be numerous and large, but they've been failed by their leadership. A few years ago, the then director of the AJC turned around when we were having a challenging conversation. He said, it's not up to us to speak truth to power. It actually is. So I believe that Israel's future depends on a ongoing country which is based on liberal democratic values, fairness in society, and a secure peace. And I ask myself every day, what can I do better than I did yesterday to achieve that? And I'm trying to put together with a friend of mine in Israel what we're calling the London retreats, of bringing an equal number of Israelis and Jews in the diaspora together, representative of people from different demographics, people who can influence communities, to think about, if they subscribe to those principles, not to debate those principles, but to say what can they do to ensure that those principles actually are given life. So the question I have to ask you in this audience is, what are you going to do better? Because unless you do better, we're going to enter into a very dark space and not come out of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks very much.
That was brilliant.
Hi, we've now got a 15-minute break. And at 12:30, is this on? Yes. At 12:30, we'll be hearing from Member of Knesset Ayman Odeh here. Can you take your seats? Now, thanks. We'd like to start, so if everyone could sit down. I'm delighted to invite Member of Knesset Ayman Odeh, leader of the Hadash Ta'al party, to speak to us.
My friends, good afternoon. תודה רבה על ההזמנה, תודה רבה לעיתון הארץ. I would like to thank Haaretz for the invitation to be with you today. In the past year, our homeland has seen deaths in numbers not seen since the days of the Canaanites. These are the lands where our ancestors walked, where our prophets preached, and where my children took their first breaths. Today, they are the lands where tens of thousands of victims of this cruel war have breathed their last. These days, I spend much of my time comforting families in houses of mourning. We cannot return those who have already died to their beloved families, but we can and must say that no more of our beloved family members will join them. We can and must stop this terrible war now, today. We can and must prevent this disaster from growing by one more bereaved mother, by one more orphan child, by one more step away from a future of peace, equality, and justice. I have a long relationship with Haaretz, and I appreciate many of the brave positions Haaretz has taken over the years. I cannot forget when I visited Haaretz in October last year to meet Amos Shoken and Aluf Ben in order to speak them to defend Arab Palestinian citizens against fascism during these difficult and dangerous times. When I arrived, I was shocked to find that the main entrance to Haaretz was chained shut, and access was only through a side entrance as a reaction against a potential fascist attack on the newspaper. In the eyes of the fascist mobs that have grown in power and political strength over the past year, we both have targets on our backs. But as an Arab Palestinian, the relationship between my own political movement and the one represented by Haaretz and its readers is not always easy or comfortable. Throughout history, Anyone born into a system designed for our oppression has faced a difficult strategic choice. Do we use this system to bring about liberation, understanding that its foundations are rotten, or do we rise up against the entire system? In ancient Arab history, during the Jahiliyyah period before Islam, there was a knight and poet called Antara bin Shaddad. His father asked him to fight alongside his tribe against another tribe. Antara replied, "Maybe my tribe will lose and I will become a slave to our enemy or a slave of another tribe. I am willing to fight alongside my tribe so long as I get my freedom in case my tribe is victorious." Antara's cry is the same cry of Frederick Douglass to the black men of America to join the war against the South in the American Civil War. Be every aspiration which you cherish for the freedom and equality of yourselves and your children. It also is the same cry of Martin Luther King Jr. in his jail cell in Birmingham, Alabama. For years now, I have heard the word wait, he wrote. It rings in the ear of every Negro with piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. It is those that face the deepest and harshest oppression that are almost always told, we must wait until other victories are achieved. In the movements for decolonization and national independence in the mid-20th century, when women demanded their rights and equality, they were often told, now is the time for national independence, not for women's rights, because there are many men who will refuse to support our cause if we champion women's rights. Over the last 4 years, Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel are being told that we must join together with Jewish political parties in order to defeat Netanyahu. But that our most important demands, an end to occupation and the establishment of a Palestinian state alongside Israel, must wait. As tens of thousands of Jewish Israelis took the streets to protest Netanyahu's corruption and his manipulation of the judicial system for his own benefit, we Arab Palestinians were once again told we must wait. Many of these people in the center left and the political leaders who represented them share our desire to remove Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, and Smotrich. They share our fear of the rise of fascism and the destruction of any democratic space. But our visions are fundamentally different. Many of these center-left leaders want to rebuild the old guard and return to their places in the elite echelons. Many of them and many of their supporters around the world wish to recreate the beautiful Israel of their nostalgic imaginations. But this beautiful Israel of theirs was not beautiful for my parents and grandparents in the 20 years of military rule, a time during which all Arab Palestinians living in the newly formed state of Israel were marked as public enemies and subject to a separate military government. It was not beautiful for Palestinians with the 1967 occupation and the systems of apartheid and siege that have followed. There is no question that Netanyahu and his criminal fascist friends must fall. After all, we Arab Palestinians bear the brunt of Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir's cruelty. That is why we have taken it upon ourselves to ensure that Arab Palestinian citizens participate in the next elections in greater numbers than ever before. We are doing our part to stop Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir from going back to the halls of government. This mission is critical, and we have already begun. But we are not climbing this mountain in order to stay at the bottom. We will not go back to the past. We are climbing toward the future, a future where all of us can live a good life, no matter our nationality, our race, or our religion, where we can put food on the table for our families, where we are free to go where we want, to speak, pray, and celebrate as we like, a future where we can come home safely at the end of the day and know our loved ones will too. And this future must be one without occupation and one of peace, a future without discrimination, but with equality and democracy for all. I continue to reach out my hand to any Israeli Jews who share our desire for this beautiful future. Thank you. But make no mistake, we will not be told after all these decades and after the tragedies and atrocities of the last year, after tens of thousands of beloved souls taken from us and scores of hostages abounded by their callous government, that still we must wait. Still, we must join together in support of those who want to take us backward, because our beautiful future threatens their fictional past. Any movement that calls itself democratic must put the end of occupation and a just, equal future for all of us, Palestinians and Israelis, Jews and Arabs, at the top of its agenda. Any movement that fails or refuses is, as Frederick Douglass wrote of America, falls to the past, falls to the present, and solemnly binds herself to be false to the future. And although many of us feel deep despair, I want to offer a realistic sense of hope. Ours are not the only nations that have lost too many precious lives, but still succeeded in reaching peaceful solution, as our friends in the United Kingdom know well. The truth is, we too have come close to peace, and both our peoples have sincerely desired peace. More than once, we have seen public support for peaceful, but even within the last 30 years, we have also seen it grow. We can grow it again. Political ties can change. Indeed, they inevitably do, as the United Kingdom has shown in its own elections this year. Of course, this is not an easy task. In the aftermath of October 7th, some parts of Palestinian society and some of those who claim to support us cheered. And in recent months, large parts of the Jewish society in Israel and many people around the world have also cheered, closed their eyes, or justified the unjustifiable killing of almost 42,000 Palestinian people in Gaza, including some 16,000 children under the age of 10. These atrocities should offend the basic humanity of every person. And it may seem impossible to move forward from here, but our history teaches us that real, dramatic political change among the people and their leadership is absolutely possible. The first and most important task is to work by all means to stop this war today. Netanyahu must not be allowed to continue to burn the lands of our prophets and our children to the ground. There must be a prisoner hostage exchange deal immediately, and all nations of the world must do their part to end the atrocities and demand an immediate renewal of negotiations toward a final agreement. Let today be the last day of this criminal war, and let it be the first day of a new era in the history of our peoples. Our friends in Britain have an important role to play. First, the United Kingdom must make good on the government's promise to support an immediate ceasefire. By ending all military, financial, and diplomatic support of the Netanyahu government's war crimes, it must instead work to broker a prisoner hostage exchange deal. Netanyahu cannot be allowed to pull all of us into a war that he has already spread across our region. This can only end in even more beloved lives taken from us, but those more interested in their own power than our shared future, not a single penny must be allowed to go to the government of Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir to recognize Gaza and annex all of Palestine. This must end now. It's beyond time that the United Kingdom joins the 146 nations in officially recognizing the state of Palestine. But this recognition must not be symbolic, nor seen as a reward to be withheld for another day. It must be implemented now as a step toward creating the conditions for sincere negotiations that will finally bring about a two-state solution based on democracy, equality, and justice. Once, the leader and writer Emil Habibi, an Arab Palestinian citizen of Israel and a native of my city, Haifa, was asked, when Israelis and Palestinians sit at the negotiating table, on which side of the table would you like to sit? He angrily and mockingly responded, I want to be the table. Of course, we are not neutral, and of course, we know that there is no symmetry between the occupier and the occupied. However, we stand uniquely positioned to play a central role in our people's liberation and in bringing about peace. We are part of the Palestinian people and we are citizens of Israel. We read the news in Arabic and in Hebrew. We hear the mourning cries of mothers in Gaza and in Nir Oz, and we cry along with them all. We see the scope and the scale of the atrocities the Netanyahu government continues to commit in Gaza, and we are not willing to wait any longer. And with the end of the war, we must build a broader coalition of supporters for peace, based on respect for the right to self-determination and dignity for both peoples. A state alongside a state based on the 1967 borders. This process must create mechanism of accountability for the past in order to ensure a strong, democratic, equal, and just foundation for our shared future. This coalition must include full cooperation between Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel as well as Jewish Israelis from the center left. It must include those who have insisted until now that the core issues can be swept aside for another day. There is no other day. It must include the international community, who must finally stand behind their words and join our negotiating table to end the occupation and establish the Palestinian state alongside Israel. I am ready to lead our people toward this future. I don't want to spend my days visiting more houses of mourning. I want to spend them living in the beautiful future we deserve. I am confident that both people desire this too. And despite the immense pain of this moment, there is no other day to begin. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ayman. Our next panel begins at 1 o'clock, so in another 5 minutes. If you go out, you must take your bags and your coats with you. These are not poolside seats on holiday. You cannot just reserve them by leaving your possessions on them. You must take them with you. Thank you. ready? It's my pleasure to introduce our next panel. Can political partnerships between Jewish and Palestinian citizens of Israel solve the Israeli left-wing crisis? Chaired by Noah Landau, Haaretz's Deputy Editor-in-Chief.
Hi, everyone. So with me, we have Uri Veltman and Sundus Saleh. And Uri is the national field organizers for Standing Together. How many of you know Standing Together coming to this panel? Wow. That's good. That should be easy. Don't be too easy on them, though. So Uri is, as I said, national field organizers of Standing Together and a founding member of the movement since 2015, a longtime peace and anti-occupation activist. He also has a background in neighborhood community organizing and LGBT political organizing. Sundus is a former member of the Israeli Knesset and a leader at Standing Together. She holds a bachelor's degree in biology and master's in science and technology education from the Technion. As a member of the Israeli parliament, she chaired the parliamentary subcommittees on environmental and distributive justice. She currently serves also as a climate resilience coordinator at the Heschel Center for Sustainability, leading strategic planning for climate change preparedness within Arab local authorities. So I understand that many of you actually know the movement, but still, if you can elaborate a little bit more, in a few words about the goals of the movement, and also maybe on the very specific challenges that this movement had since October 7th. So we'll start with you, Sundus.
Salam lil jamia. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to come and speak with you, especially in these difficult times. Your voice very important, very crucial to the future of the democracy. Standing Together is a movement of Jewish and Palestinian Israeli citizens. A movement, we are in Standing Together organizes and campaignings for peace, equality, and society and climate justice. Since the 7th of October, Standing Together, we have become the most promoting, prominent voice that called to stop the war, call for ceasefire, and to bring home the hostages. The data and the complicated situation a year into the far, within more than 43,000 of Palestinian people were killed in Gaza, that half of them are, at least half of them are women and children. Also, 600 of Palestinian people were killed in the West Bank. A million of the Lebanese, million of the Israeli people are displayed to be in more to be more safe from this war. Standing Together, keep going to voice this, to raise this voice to stop the war, because this is an inhuman condition for all of us, also Palestinian, also Israeli people.
Oui.
I'll add to what Sundus said that for the past 9 years, since Standing Together has been in existence, it has grown from a movement of a few dozens into close to 6,000 members, dues-paying members currently in Israel, both Jewish citizens of Israel as well as Palestinian citizens of Israel. And we campaign and organize around a variety of issues. We became known to many people here in the UK following October 7th, when our role in presenting an alternative to that of our extremist government received coverage in media abroad. But we're actually a movement that's been doing action on the grounds for years, both in the fight against the judicial overhaul before October 7th, as well as in all sorts of campaigns and struggles, from against the nation-state law to raising the minimum wage to presenting a climate alternative to Israel. And we base our actions on a very basic premise that says that the majority of the people inside Israeli society don't stand to gain from existing policies that Netanyahu and his likes pursue, but rather stand to lose from these policies. Therefore, we need to organize this majority that has a vested interest in bringing about change so that he can pursue this policy. He can fight for equality, it can fight for peace, it can fight for social and climate justice. We have more than a dozen local chapters throughout Israel. We call them circles, the Tel Aviv circle, the Haifa circle. We have student chapters in universities and colleges. And in many of these places, these are one of the few political spaces where Jews and Palestinians can organize together. And ever since the start of the war, we have been raising the demand for it to end, for a ceasefire agreement that would bring back the hostages. Actually, Standing Together has been the first political organization in Israel to call for a hostage deal on October 9th, 2 days after the start of the war, even before the families of the hostages stepped up their campaign. We've been calling for it, recognizing both the dire need to get innocent civilians home from Hamas captivity, but also the fact that as the war continues to go, not only the Palestinians in the occupied territories will pay a terrible price, but also Israeli society pays a terrible price. Therefore, ending it through a ceasefire agreement, through a hostage deal, is a dire necessity. Not that such a deal would end anything that needs to be done with Israeli society. A lot more needs to be desired. But that's the most burning, urgent question at the hand now, and we're proud to be part of the mass movement of Israelis pushing in that direction.
Still, I'll try to make this a little bit more challenging and ask you, I myself, I was in a few circles, that have Palestinians and Jews in Israel that were working together before the war. And once the war began, it was harder. The conversation got harder. And, you were talking about all these different campaigns that you were doing for workers' rights and climate, etc. And suddenly, there's one issue, which is the war. You can't really campaign for climate, right, during such a situation. And I'm sure there were challenges as well. And not, everything was rosy. So is there a point, that you felt that was, I don't know if personally or organizationally harder since this war began?
I think in Standing Together, we gave a good example that where all the time we will have a deep discussion about the situation in Israel and Palestine, but also we need to be together against the racism, against the policies of the extremely government that hurt all of us, Palestinian and Jewish people. This common sense, this is a common side between the Palestinian and Israeli Jewish side in Standing Together, I think push us to go to street 2 days after the beginning of the war and to rise bravely this voice to stop the war. So this language, Standing Together, didn't begin in the 7th of October. We are from 2050. And we all the time talk about the common space and that there's a million of Palestinian people in the Holy Land and million of Jewish people in the Holy Land, and no one want to go anywhere. So there's a standing and understanding together which push us to keep going in our way to replace and to give hope to the Palestinian and Jewish people.
Well, many left-wing organizations had difficulties to navigate through the language after what happened. So were there any, internal debates? How did you go past that?
Well, October 7th have been a horrendous moment in the history of our country, and we experienced that day as fearful and as gravely as the society in which we are living. But from day one, it was clear to us that not only that what happened was wrong, but that what happened opens up the door to more atrocities to come. And we need to do whatever we can in order to stop them. On the day after October 7th, on October 8th, we already started to put out a call for emergency organizing throughout the country. We call this initiative the Solidarity Guards. We called on people to form local Jewish-Arab Solidarity Guards in order to combat the spike in racism that we expected to come following October 7th, in order to push for an alternative path to that of our government, to speak of peace rather than perpetual war. And hundreds of people responded to this call, not only Jewish citizens of Israel, but also Palestinian citizens of Israel. Among those Jewish citizens of Israel, there were some who shared our values, but were not active before. But following October 7th and the war that ensued, felt that sitting on the sidelines is no longer an option, and they need to do something, and we were the something that put out a call for them to do. So we actually saw an influx of new members, both Jewish and Palestinians. Interestingly to note, regarding your previous question, among the new Palestinian members who joined Standing Together, the majority are youth and students. The majority are young people. Because I think young Palestinians inside Israel feel the gravity of the situation in a different sense than older generations. They work in shared workplaces. They go work in McDonald's. They go work in a chain network, and they work alongside Jewish co-workers. Or they go to a college and a university alongside Jewish students, and they feel the problematic and the tension of being in shared spaces in the reality post-October 7th, where a Palestinian student can get dismissed from college on disciplinary charges for liking an Instagram post that highlighted the human suffering in Gaza. Or a Palestinian worker can be fired from his workplace because he posted on Facebook, "End the war," and he was charged with supporting terrorism by his colleagues. And what Standing Together did, and I think this is what won us an audience among younger Palestinian strata within Israel, we have responded to this dire and extreme situation in which we were. We launched an emergency hotline for Palestinian citizens of Israel that they can call in case that they were persecuted at the workplace or the university. We got 200 volunteers, mostly Palestinian, to volunteer to man this hotline. We got hundreds of calls of people who approached us with the problems they had, and we tried to solve them with the little means that we had. And I think that the fact that we filled the vacuum that were more older veteran political structures within the Arab Palestinian society in Israel were hesitant after October 7th to do anything, and we stepped forward, gave us a hearing, and allowed more people to look upon us as a point of reference.
Right, so Sundus, let's talk a little bit about that attack on freedom of speech. So since the war began, as you mentioned, the Israeli police has been, there's a massive attack on Palestinian citizens' freedom of speech. It's not only that people get arrested for liking something on Facebook, also, for writing something in Arabic that the police later admits that they don't even understand, what's written there. And not only that, but those people are taken cuffed and blindfolded to be taking to take their photos with the Israeli flag, and the police does it. It's illegal, and the police does it to satisfy the current police minister, which is Itamar Ben-Gvir. So are people much more afraid to voice their opinion now, and how does it affect the organization when people are standing together to voice their opinion?
Thank you for your question. Really, the position and the situation of the Palestinian people in Israel is an unspoken issue. Not just in their opinion or our life as a Palestinian in Israel. We have a very sensitive and complicated status as a Palestinian woman, as an Israeli citizen, and mother of three, living in Mashhad, raising my children in the north. Mashhad is a small village. I know very well, even protection our population is different than protection the Jewish people. 2 days ago, a missile struck Majd al-Krum, and tragically taking life for Rajwa Manna and Hassan Sawaid, because we didn't have enough public shelters in the Arab society. The Arab societies suffer also from the crime and the violence. Since this war, especially to your question, there is more and more students get fired from their academic on your university because they put a like on Instagram or share a post to stop the war in Gaza. This is a part of the government policy all the time against the Palestinian people in Israel. This is not new, but within the beginning of the war, this attitude became more and more strong against the Palestinian people. People, especially teenagers, afraid to participate in demonstrate or to write something or to talk about the Gaza, what happened in Gaza, which is absurd. My son, also my sisters, told me, you get to London to speak the word in Israel, to speak about the war and about the inhuman condition in Gaza. It's really like that. We are in Israel. The government were silencing us every day since the beginning of the war. And this is part of the government policies all the time against the Palestinian people in Israel.
So as you know, the UK is now considering maybe sanctioning Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. Do you have a position on that as a movement, or just your personal views also?
I think that the steps that the UK government had already taken regarding the Israeli government, like freezing certain arms export licenses and placing sanctions on specific settler leaders, are definitely a step in the right direction, and more needs to be done. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, both of them are two main engines that push Israel toward this dangerous messianic way, and I think that pointing a finger to them and ostracizing them in the international community is incredibly important. We, in Standing Together, are putting our effort into ostracizing them inside Israeli society, which is also incredibly important. Luckily, it seems to be already the case, because the majority of Israelis don't support the kind of fringe ideas that they advocate, like forming new settlements in Gush Katif, in the Gaza Strip. But the political reality of Israel was such that they were propelled into positions of political power following last elections. So the UK government needs to do its part, and we, as Israeli political and social activists, need to do our part. And I think that there is a division of labor here about who does what. And I think that the UK government ought to do a lot more, and we are trying on our part of the equation to do a lot more.
Sundus, do you have an opinion on sanctioning?
I think all over the world there is differences between the government and the people in all over the world. I think that people more support stopping the war and with a ceasefire. This is a step in the right direction, but I agree with Uri, it's not enough for this. The war didn't begin at the 7th of October. People think that the war began at the 7th of October. It's wrong. And unfortunately, the Israeli government uses the trauma of the 7th of October to keep going in her existing agenda. The settler movement, bombing Gaza, all the time we hear it from Netanyahu, from Ben-Gvir, and the other partner of Netanyahu. This actions is very important inside of Israel and all over the world to make a pressure over the Israeli government to stop this war, because we need to talk about humanity, and this is what we doing now and every day in Standing Together, and as a Palestinian and Israeli Jewish people believe in the peace and the right to the Palestinian people to live their life and to be honor her independence and his life. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to see if everyone here is still awake, anyone in the audience support sanctioning Ben-Gvir and Smotrich? Okay. That's quite clear. I'll just add, I'm not going to challenge you with that question, but I'm just going to add that, it is also a question if Ben Gvir and Smotrich are not, part of the whole government's, the whole government, and in the end, it's Netanyahu calls the shots. Sometimes looking at the extremists and saying, they're the problem could also, be ignoring a wider political framework, but that's just, something to think about. I wanted also to ask you, many people, they see the work of standing together, and I think, of course, it's not a coincidence that you got a lot of attention now, because it is, as you said, one of the only forums for Palestinians and Jews within Israel to actually work together, and that's so rare, and people look up to it, and they find it very hopeful. Also, I see a lot of people, looking at that as something so hopeful, because there's such a huge vacuum in Parliament, because there's, the situation of the what we call the peace camp or the left wing in Israeli Parliament is almost non-existent. So when you see that situation in the Knesset, many people say, well, why aren't standing together, taking this a step, forward and forming an actual party and taking part of the parliamentary game as well. I'm sure you hear that a lot. So where is this going? Are you trying to build a movement that in the end will also be a party?
We are trying to build a political will inside our own society that would allow us to advance towards peace, equality, and social justice. The most burning question of the day is how to shift the political climate in Israel from either supporting the status quo or opposing the status quo but not having a viable alternative at hand. The extreme right in Israel woke up following October 7th knowing full well what it wants to do. There's a plan for Smotrich on how to expel Palestinians, about how to annex the territories, how to build new settlements and so on. And they are pursuing this plan with self-confidence and with rigor, with hands on the wheel and the levers of power. The alternative camp to the right wing, the center-left, the peace camp, whatever we want to call it, is less self-confidence following October 7th and doesn't have a plan about where to go from now. It might seem a bit outdated. It might seem like a cliche, it might seem like nostalgic, but what's really lacking in Israeli political discourse is a strong demand for Israeli-Palestinian peace. Not the words diplomatic settlement, not permanent ceasefire, not arrangement, not separation. Israeli-Palestinian peace, based on ending the occupation and establishing a Palestinian state. So standing together, our first and foremost responsibility is to create this will for peace inside Israeli society, to popularize this demand, to open up people's political imagination to it. Will it be reflected in the party political sphere? I'm sure that if a strong enough constituency within Israeli public opinion is won over to the position that what is needed now is not a return to the status quo pre-October 7th, but a strong demand for Israeli-Palestinian negotiations with the PLO on ending the occupation and achieving Israeli-Palestinian peace, it would have its translation in the political makeup of the country. New parties might be formed, and existing politicians might shift their discourse. We already saw that. Yair Lapid, who is a man of principles, many principles, tell which day of the week and he will tell you what his new principle is, said on September that continuing the war goes against Israeli interests. Now, Yair Lapid is very savvy in recognizing where there is consensus in Israeli society and positioning himself that. And if he recognized in September that there is a consensus on ending the war and he positioned himself that, this means that this is where the Israeli public is at, and politicians responded to it. We saw the Labour Party and others taking their cues from Lapid and also talking about ending the war. So had we spoken in February, where Standing Together was the first organization to put a billboard in Hayalon Highway with the demand end the war, it would have been seen far-fetched away that in a few months' time, Yair Lapid would be saying it, and afterwards the politicians of the center-left parties would be saying it. But a strong enough demand from below can shift the political conversation, even within existing politicians, and perhaps also giving rise to new political formations. And this is what we are very much busy doing right now, to shift the political conversation and to win over people's heart to this new political imagination.
Sundus, you've been to the Knesset and you saw, how challenging it is sometimes to try to change from within. We now see that one of the things that this government is focused on behind the scenes is trying to ban the Palestinian parties from taking part of the political game. This is kind of Israel's gerrymandering, if you want, because this will have huge impact for generations on what we'll see as a parliamentary representation. Are you as optimistic as Uri about, the chances to use this will of the people to also form political change within the establishments?
As a mother, I'm still optimistic all the time. And I think the Israeli government annoys her every different voice from Netanyahu. Everything, not only the Arab parties. So we need to believe and to know what's going today in Israel and Palestine and in Gaza. It's not only hurt the Palestinian people, it's bad for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, for the Middle East, for the whole world, for all the humanity. And the history told us, if we keep silence about anything in the world, like what's happening in Gaza, it will come to us. The butterfly effect contain also in this historic stories. So the Arab parties, the Palestinian parties in Israel, it's part of the Palestinian people in Israel. What we suffers, what we faces as a Palestinian citizens, also as a Palestinian political in the Knesset. But we need to build a political project based in our ideology to protect the Palestinian citizens from this extremely government policies.
I think at this point we can take maybe 2 questions. So we'll gather 2 questions. Okay, you raised your hand very energetically first. So one, and then a second one. Mr. over here. We'll hear both questions and then you'll try to answer them.
Yeah, I just want to raise the word Iran because, I have family in Iran and I have family in Israel and they seem to have common interests. And I just wonder to what extent do Israelis, Palestinians, Arab Israelis, young Iranians who are protesting the regime, the Islamofascist regime, if I could call it that, in Iran, to what extent is the potential for them to have common cause?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I think we heard that, so maybe the microphone can go all the way to the front.
How does the center-left galvanize its leadership at the moment? I live in Israel most of the time, and I'm immensely frustrated looking at the way the country is getting absolutely no traction from the center-left. There's no leadership. And it seems to me that all of your sentiments, as laudable as they are, and as wishfully as I would like to see them happen, I just don't see opposition galvanizing.
Okay, so who wants to answer the question about Iran, if that's something that, or maybe I'll ask also differently. When you say stop the war, do you mean also, are you talking about all fronts or mostly Gaza?
One of the most dangerous things that Netanyahu had done is to try to broaden the scope of the Gaza war into a regional war. This is an incredibly dangerous development because the stakes are now higher. Not only the 2.2 million Palestinians who are living in the Gaza Strip under siege, deprived of basic necessities, not only the millions of Palestinians in the West Bank, like Sundus said, 600 of which were killed during the past year, which was one of the... I'm answering it. I'm making my way towards your question. I assure you. The stakes are now higher because Netanyahu threatened to turn it into a regional war with the invasion into Lebanon and with the saber rattling with Iran. I support wholeheartedly a political change in Iran, but I live in Tel Aviv, not in Tehran. My efforts go into creating a political change within my own society. And I think that if there will be a different kind of politics governing Israel, politics that seeks to integrate into the Middle East rather than declaring war on all of the Middle East, politics that seeks to reach a peaceful settlement with the Palestinians as a step towards reaching peaceful settlement with the Arab and Islamic world, this might also help bring about political change within Iran, because the demon of the Israeli boogeyman, of the neighborhood hoodlum who constantly creates war and occupies another people, this rhetorical tool would not be in the toolbox of the rulers of Iran. But we, Sundus, who lives in Mashhad, and I, who live in Tel Aviv, worked not to topple Khamenei, we worked to topple Netanyahu. By doing so, we will contribute also to changes in Iran, I assure you.
I think you're ready for Knesset. So what do you say about the lack of leadership in the center left?
I agree with you. Actually, we live in Israel a big leadership crisis. The Israeli government, also the Israeli in general, go to the right more extremely year after year. And this is put all of us in a dangerous situation, dangerous political, also dangerous culture, commercial, all of the domains. So what we're trying to do in standing together to build an alternativa from the ground to the government and to make people think differently and to raise a different voice that work for peace and equality and social justice. We think this is the way we can push from inside to the government to change her policies and her way. But it took a time. Yeah.
Okay, we can take 2 more questions. So there's a lady over there, and then you there in the middle.
Sorry, I'm a little bit concerned because Iran is Sunni and it's financing Shiite. I get it confused. Okay, and Hezbollah is Sunni or whatever. And combining the both of them together or paying out with money that they don't really have, not that I'm particularly worried about that, but anyway. The problem is that it looks as if Netanyahu is trying to fight. Yes, he's trying to save Israel in his own way and himself, but he's taking on the whole of Islam.
But we need a question there at the end of the...
Okay.
So with a question mark.
Is this what he's doing? There's a problem.
Is this what he's doing?
No, he's fighting most of the Islamic countries. And if he thinks that this is going to bring peace, where's the diplomacy? Where's the discussion? Where's anything to calm it all down? Otherwise, we're all going to have problems.
Okay, yeah, I doubt that we can speak on behalf of Netanyahu, but let's see the other question. Yeah, I understand, yes, but I don't know if we can answer that. Just a reminder to everyone, ask a question.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I love the work that you do, it's just fantastic. Just before I start with my question. I just wanted to ask, because this comes up frequently actually in your Zoom sessions, which I join a lot. I've always wondered, I know this might sound like semantics, and I'm sorry if it does, but even in the question up there, can political partnerships between Jews and Arab Palestinians, blah, blah, blah. Jews on one side, Arab Palestinians on the other. In my family, I grew up Arab Jewish. I don't know where I sit in that question. Am I on the Jewish side? Well, I'm not Arab Palestinian.
Well, are you in Israel?
Exactly. My parents are.
Okay.
So, even the division within that question, Jews on one side, Arab Palestinians on the other, shouldn't we rephrase that question, or should we think differently when we're thinking about standing together? Because you know, there was a documentary called Egypt Love Story, for example, about a famous Egyptian Jewish singer who moved to Israel. And she suffered tremendously. You know, she would have done very well with this hotline and being able to, you know, speak up about the times when she was mistreated by Israelis who, you know, considered her inferior because she was Egyptian. She was Jewish, but Egyptian. So, yeah, I always wondered about that. The Jews on one side, Arab Palestinians. So who's the Jew and who's the Arab Palestinian? There were Christian Palestinians as well. I'm not sure if they would call themselves Arab.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, is it binary? Jews and Arab Palestinians? Is it are those are we talking about these two identities as binary?
Well, semantics can be debated for a long time. Some people prefer the debate on semantics over the practice of politics. In Standing Together, we go about it the other way around. The term that we use, Jewish citizens of Israel, Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel, are merely a reflection of the fact that in our land, there are two national communities. Millions of Jews, none of which are going anywhere. Millions of Arab Palestinians, none of them are going anywhere. And this is the starting point of any rational solution-based approach that we need to have in order to end the conflict, to end the war, to end the occupation, to end the discrimination. Recognizing two national communities with national rights as a starting point. Of course, throughout history, you had Jewish people living in Arab countries having Arab identities. Of course, Arab Palestinians are themselves a diverse community with Muslim Arabs and Christian Arabs and Druze Arabs and others. This is not to belittle this diversity and this complexity, but in recognition of the fact that at its core, the conflict here is not a religious conflict, it's a national conflict. Therefore, we need to recognize the two national communities and ascribe them both the rights that they deserve, the right to live in national self-determination in an independent state with safety and security. And mind you, the fact that the Palestinians are entitled to a right of national self-determination in a Palestinian state is not a green light to discriminate against those Palestinians who are citizens in the state of Israel, which needs to be more democratic, not less democratic, that needs to treat its substantial Arab Palestinian minority with equality and with equity, with civil and national equality. This is what we are fighting for. This is the kind of language that we feel both describes the reality well as understood by the people with whom we are talking. And this is how we go about our ways trying to pursue our goals.
Thank you. And last question. Maybe more personal, but we all, walked into this conference seeing those demonstrations outside. And sometimes, probably maybe for you and some of the other participants, being Palestinian and Jewish working together and coming to this conference to convey this message might be, a little bit unsettling or, weird to be on the other end of that demonstration. I don't know how it felt for you, Sundus, coming in and hearing Free Palestine and seeing the flags at the demonstration that's, in front of something that you're participating in. But it's one of these times when that you have a very, very nuanced message, and also, your identity it holds so much complexities and nuances, and probably a lot of the people, out there don't really understand, or maybe they do, these complexities. How did you feel?
Actually, when I come to the conference, we passed from the people outside, and I want to cry and to say to them, I am like you. I want to stop the war in Palestine. I am a Palestinian woman. It was very difficult for me, very, very difficult. Sometimes they put us as standing together as a Jewish, as an Israeli, which is very difficult for me, especially for me. And in the Arab society or Palestinian society also there's part that look to us as a Israeli movement. We present a very complicated identity, complicated situation, complicated status. It's very, very difficult to handle it all the time in the home with my daughters, with my son, with my family, with my job, with my friends, with my Israeli or Jewish friend or other friends. It's very complicated. Everywhere you want to bring your Palestinian, your Israeli, your feminism, so I think, and I decide I bring my humanity to every table I went with there.
Thank you everyone. I think the next session is at 2.
I hope you're all suitably refreshed. Now, Noah Landau is going to moderate our next panel discussion, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict after October the 7th.
Hello again. Were you all in the previous session? Who was here on the previous session? Okay. I see there's a little bit of, people change a little bit rooms, that's good. Okay, so we're talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict after October 7th. Not a huge topic at all. We'll solve everything in like 30 minutes or so. With me is Dr. Rula Hardal, who is the co-director of A Land for All, and a research fellow at the Kogod Center for the Study of Jewish and Contemporary Thought at the Shalom Hartman Institute in Jerusalem. She received her PhD in political science from University of Hanover in Germany, where she worked as a lecturer of political science and international relations for several years. In 2015, she returned to Israel and joined Al-Quds University in East Jerusalem as an associate professor of political science until the summer of 2021. Meron Rapoport is a co-founder of A Land for All and the content director for the Israeli branch. He was born in Tel Aviv and was a journalist in the last 20 years in various newspapers in Israel, including Haaretz. He is 30 years. That was in the biography you sent me. You wanted me to present you as a younger, probably. Okay, 30 years. And the winner of the Napoli International Prize for Journalism for an inquiry about the stealing of olive trees from Palestinian owners. Since 2018, he is an editor and writer for Local Call 972 magazine, an Israeli-Palestinian independent news outlet. And was the founder of Two States, One Homeland movement in July 2012, and since then one of its leaders. How many of you know Land for All? Just so we know the... Okay. And how many of you read 972? That's pretty good. And Haaretz? Thank you. Okay. I'm a huge supporter of 972. I also, I'm one of the funders. So Dr. Shai Agamon is a junior research fellow at the University of Oxford and academic director of Molad, which is an independent Israeli think tank for the renewal of Israel's democracy. It's an interesting choice of words, the renewal. Maybe you'll say something about it. He has a PhD in political theory from the University of Oxford and a master's in philosophy and public policy from LSE. Outside academia, Shai is heavily invested in public writing and political work within Israel's opposition. So my first question is semi-personal also. I mean, it has public implications, but also personal, which is how October 7th affected Jews and Palestinians within Israel regarding their previous political agenda. We know that some people on the center left say that, you know, the events kind of opened their eyes, in Hebrew, hitpakhu, which means they changed their opinions because of the events. Other people, you know, say that the opposite. It strengthened their ideas that they had before. So I would like to know, you know, what happened to you personally, and what do you think happened to the Israeli society at large? So we'll hear the three of you. We'll start with you, Rula.
Did they work? Yeah. Thank you, Noah. Well, to start from the personal point, October 7th actually brought me to do this work, to do this political work, and to advocate for something different that we know, instead of continuing my my academic career. I do still have some, you know, academic career, but what I'm doing is actually all the day is to advocate for our political vision, for a solution, and not because I love you, the Jews and the Israelis. Really, I
Not
do.
me personally. You love me, though.
Yeah, I do. I do love Miron. I do love you. I do love a lot of you. I do have a lot of friends and colleagues, but really, and seriously, I do it from my position as a Palestinian, for my people, and from my position claiming to be the indigenous in this place. And I do think that being the indigenous Palestinian who claim that that live under the Israeli occupation and that this land belongs to us, we can, discuss about our narratives, if it belongs to you, to all of you as Jews, or to us as the Palestinians. And we don't need to agree. We need to agree that we had two national narratives and that we can live with these two narratives without to continue struggling over the land. So I do it from this position, that I think it's a very powerful position. And in all of my discussions with Palestinians, I encourage them to take seriously and to take agency over their indigeneity in the place, and to be able to reconcile with the colonizer, with the occupier. And this is actually what I do. To refer to the second part of your question, I have a problem with the whole concept of hitpakhut, because awakening, that describes actually a lot of the Israelis. I don't see any hitpakhut or awakening. I do see a continuous collective blindness and ignorance and self-centered, self-indulgent people that are not willing to see what's going on the other side. And their responsibility actually to the miserable life and to the continuous denial of the right of the Palestinian people for self-determination, and even before self-determination, the most basic rights. So, I can spend now another 1 hour analyzing and describing this collective blindness.
What about Palestinians?
So
Was there
the Palestinian side, at the beginning, the Palestinian people were, the majority of them, kind of proud of what happened October 7th. Not because they like Hamas and support Hamas, and not because they are violent and not human, but because this was the first act where they started to see, since 25 decades, that there is still a will among the Palestinians to resist and to fight against the unbelievable situation of the continuous military occupation.
And after they heard and saw the testimonies of what happened?
I can tell you what I heard from them, from my previous colleagues, scholars in Palestinian universities, from my previous students. A lot of them called me and asked, you know Hebrew, you follow the Israeli media. Did Hamas really, or the people of Gaza, raped women? Did these videos that we see are real? Because they felt, and I discussed with them, why do you ask these questions? Two reasons. The religious background, okay? They couldn't believe that any Muslim can do something like that. And especially Hamas, claiming that they are, Muslims, religious Muslims. And the second point is that in the history of the Palestinian national struggle, we didn't ever had something like that. We had violent phases of the Palestinian struggle, but not in this sense, not in this shape, of attack. But still, although the very immediate support and being proud of what Hamas did, they started to realize that, okay, we are now in a very different phase. It's not another escalation and not another war against Gaza or against the Palestinian people. And you know, all the Palestinian people feel that it's a war against the Palestinian people and not only war against Hamas or the Gazans. They started to feel a couple of weeks later on that it's a turning historic point, that their existence is in danger. And now, after what we are seeing, after more than 1 year of this genocidal war, elimination war, especially in Gaza, but not only in Gaza, against all Palestinians, I do believe that the collective national existence of the Palestinian people are now in danger. And I do believe that this is actually the main goal of the Israeli government. And it's not to, you know, fight against Hamas or... The last point, very briefly, when you speak to Palestinians, the majority of them, and I'm speaking about the Palestinians in the homeland, okay, between the Jordan and the sea. I'm not speaking about the Palestinians in the diaspora, and this is another discussion because there is a gap also about the narratives of these two groups of Palestinians. The majority of them want just normal life and want to have their own state and to be free to move from one place to the other in the West Bank and to be connected with Gaza and to stop all of these atrocities.
Meron, did anything change in your political thought since October 7th?
In one word, no. I think that...
Okay, now shy, no. Yes.
I think if I look at what are the reasons for this conflict, October 7th did not come out of nowhere. There was 6 October. So the reason that I was terrified when I saw what Hamas did. But I think that if I look what is behind the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, what is behind this violence is the continuation of the occupation and the deprivation of Palestinians from their rights. This is the basic, and nothing changed for me in the analysis, let's say, of the situation. It didn't change also how do I see the future of the two people in this land. I see that this is a land in which there are two people that are intertwined in this land between the river and the sea. The number is always equal. Nobody is going nowhere. And the only way to move forward is through equal personal and collective rights for Israelis and Palestinians in two independent states, but also respecting the relationship, the attachment to the whole of the land, for the whole of this territory between the river and the sea that they call their homeland. So in this, nothing has changed. But at the same time, yes, I think the level of violence and atrocity by Hamas on October 7 did shook me up, and certainly what Israel is doing since then shook me up and made me, and now we have to say very clearly, in these very days, in these very moments, there is an ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza that is planned, and it's not by chance. So this, yes, this in a way surprised me. I didn't imagine that my society, the Israeli society, will reach these levels. I didn't expect it. It surprised me, and it does, make me ask myself, is this possible to have this kind, in any solution? Especially I'm talking about my people, because I'm an Israeli, I'm a Jew. I'm an Israeli Jew. Do the Jews really in Israel are ready to accept that there is another people on this land, that they have the same rights as we have, that they are humans as we are? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So it makes me a little bit to be confused.
Thank you. Shai, love to hear, also what happened to you personally, politically, and also if you can maybe analyze a little bit how you see the Israeli society since then in terms of political change or shift, if there is any.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I'll start from the second part of the question. I think that the common view about what happened to Israeli society after October 7th, which is, I think, partially correct, is that it went even further to the right. So there has been this kind of process for years now that Israel has been going, that the Israeli public is adopting more and more kind of right-wing views and values about the conflict, and even more so after October 7th. And I think on one level it's correct in terms of being able to see the suffering of Palestinians, in terms of being able to recognize Palestinians' right for self-determination. All of that, I think, it's correct, and to be honest, it's to be kind of expected that people after experiencing such a brutal attack will have very fierce emotions of humiliation and will to vengeance, and like any other people, like the Americans felt after 9/11, or like the Palestinians are feeling after atrocities being committed against them. What I do think it's not the case, or it's not as clear of a case, is what exactly Israelis right now are thinking about the conflict or about the end state of this conflict. Because there has been a very strong ideological paradigm about the conflict that has been dominating Israeli politics for the past 15 years, which kind of experts call managing the conflict. I don't know if you heard this phrase or not, but basically the kind of underlying assumptions of this policy is that Israel can keep occupying Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and the economy will boom, we'll be a startup nation. This is kind of a sustainable thing. The Palestinian issue should be treated as like a side issue that, quoting Naftali Bennett here, we should just live with. And there has been this very kind of strong movement of people. One of the kind of architects of this paradigm was Bogi Ya'alon, who is now one of the heads of the kind of opposition against the government, who kind of ridiculed people who wanted to come up with solutions to the conflict. Bogi Ya'alon even wrote a book about the solutionists, like ridiculing them, that we should not, people who are striving for a solution are dewy-eyed idealists that don't know what they're talking about, and they don't know, shouldn't have anything to say about Israel's security. Now this paradigm has completely collapsed. You can see it on polls. Poll after poll, people say that they don't think that managing the conflict is possible no longer. And in most polls, they're just contradicting one another, because it seems that the Israeli public don't really know what they want. in terms of solutions. So it's not like there is a debate in Israel between a two-state solution now, or a land-for-all solution now, or a one-state solution now. It's a non-existent debate in Israeli society. People are...
a debate for pro-settlements in Gaza or settlements in South Lebanon, or...
So no, and also this is what I wanted to say. I don't think it's also a debate about whether we should settle in Gaza or not. I think there are forces on the ground that try to kind of push Israel towards like building new settlements and occupying territory from Lebanon and Gaza. But this is not in the public debate. The public debate has been, since October 7, has been formed between those who support the release of the hostages and those who kind of say we need to continue this all-out war and make whatever sacrifice we need to eliminate all our enemies in the area and continue kind of this endless war without any very clear view of what we are trying to achieve with this war. And I think that the worrying thing about the discussion about the conflict, the politics about the conflict in Israel right now, is exactly this kind of view that the only tool that Israel has right now in order to make things better for Israelis and Palestinians, in order to stop the death and the killing, is just by using more and more military force. And I think this is kind of the thing that we, people who want to push for better solutions to this quite miserable area right now, we need to come to terms with and provide them an alternative to this kind of view, that military force is the only thing that can keep Jewish Israelis, at least, secure in this region.
On a personal level?
On a personal level, I still, like Meron, I still think that the fundamental problem in Israeli, in the kind of the conflict, the fundamental problem of the conflict hasn't changed, and I still support the two-state solution, which is quite different from what Meron is supporting, but and Ruda, of course. But we will, I think, discuss this in a minute. I do think that although many people from some people who also are sitting here, we warned the Israeli public for years that managing the conflict is not sustainable, that without recognizing that we live in this land with another people, there will be no security for no one. We expected there will be an explosion, but none of us, I think, expected the explosion to be that cruel, that hard, that the magnitude of the violence was unimaginable. And I think that also on a personal level, I think that I couldn't believe that the IDF will be so weak and will allow this to happen. And I have a few things to say about my views about kind of another kind of paradigm that collapsed, that part of the left in Israel also supported. So it wasn't the managing the conflict, but it was unilateral disengagements. And this also collapsed quite harshly after October 7th. And I think we need to be honest with ourselves, like the left camp in Israel, that although we always rejected unilateral disengagement and preferred peace agreements, still by, being silent about it at least, we preferred unilateral disengagement from continuing occupation. I think what October 7th showed us, and I think we as a camp needed to be more proactive about it, is that unilateral disengagement without an immediate follow-up for long-lasting peace, without a proactive government and political forces who are kind of calling for peace on the one hand, and using force, military force and economic and diplomacy to strengthen the moderate forces in the region instead of strengthening Hamas like Netanyahu did. I think without these conditions being met, unilateral disengagement is a worse idea than I thought it is before October 7th.
Okay, so since we saw that the audience broadly knows about Land for All. I'd like to skip to a more difficult question, but I assume you're already used to that specific question, which is, a lot of the criticism around the Land for All is regarding the question of settlements. Will the settlements, in your view, are staying where they are, and what does it mean? Is it even, when presenting this political vision, is it not normalizing the fact that these settlements exist and might some of them remain there? If you just want to say also some, broad general, just a reminder for everyone what your plan is for the sake of those who don't necessarily know it.
I'm surprised that those who don't know yet, but no. The issue of settlement cannot be dealt separately. In our view, what we in Land for All are calling for, and we are calling for basically in a very graphic way to describe it. We are calling for two independent states within a confederation, a joint structure, much like the EU, between an independent Israel and independent Palestine on the 67 borders, with joint institution, freedom of movement. So we have to see the issue of settlements within this framework. Settlements are illegal. Their expansion is illegal. There's no doubt about it. 100%. We oppose the expansion of settlements, and we oppose the settlements themselves. But if we want to look at the future, and we want to see, we understand that both people see this land as their homeland, whether we accept, each side accept the narrative of the other, but this is the reality, the emotional reality. We are saying that all people, Jews and Israelis, Jews and Palestinians, will have the right to move freely and reside freely within this homeland. This applies to Israelis who would like to live under Palestinian rule, under Palestinian sovereignty in the West Bank or Gaza, if they wish to. And this applies also to Palestinians, including refugees, an issue completely ignored by the Geneva and all the process, all the Oslo process in Geneva and everything, completely ignored. The refugees, the Palestinians just have to give up the issue of refugees.
Not completely ignored. There's a compensation system and
no, completely ignored. 10,000 to 20,000. It's ignoring. Half of the Palestinian people is outside Palestine. Half. If we Jews came back, let's accept our story. We came back after 2,000 years. They didn't forget after 75 years. They didn't forget. So we are saying everyone has a right to live wherever he wants. Palestinian, including refugees, and Israelis, including settlers. All the privileges that settlers have now will be dismantled totally. They will not control the land. They will not, of course, decide who is building and what to build. This will be under Palestinian sovereignty. We are not giving them any privileges. I would even say, it's not maybe the main issue, but even say that the idea of land swaps is even more than we do a recognition that what settlements have done is legitimate. Because if you do land swaps, you say, okay, Ariel is Israel built a settlement in Ariel, 22 kilometers from the Green Line, then Ariel is part of Israel. We are saying no. 67 borders. We don't change the borders. You want to live in Palestine? Okay. But you have to see it in a holistic way, because this is, we are saying everyone, not settlers because they impose themselves illegally, they have the right, but because Jews and Palestinians have a right to live wherever they want in this land. It's not that by this illegal action that they acquire a right. No, the right is for every Jew and every Palestinian.
Ola, someone's clapping, so yeah. You're allowed to, yes. Ola, A Land for All talks a lot about political imagination, trying to broaden it and, you know, bring fresh ideas. It does, though, may sound very imaginary at this point. You know, when we talk about settlers and we see what's happening, you know, in the West Bank at the moment, and or on the other hand, you know, what's happening to Palestinian citizens of Israel within Israel right now, you know, being dragged by the police, handcuffed and blinded to, you know, a picture at the police station for liking something on Facebook, etc. So seeing all this, you know, this requires quite an imagination.
Yeah, exactly. I think you Jews, you can teach us much more about political imagination, you know. It's your job. But we are trying to help or to remind you with political imagination. I fully agree. And it's hard for all of us to keep our energies and beliefs and to practice this political imagination and to speak about the need for changing the reality and stopping the war. But we don't have the luxury to give up, because if we give up, I don't know, we were speaking about that, Miron and I, 2 days ago. If we don't do it, who's going to do this work? And if we don't offer political imagination with political vision, with clear and just and equal political vision, we know what is the present and the future is going to look like. It's what Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu are actually implementing now. And they have the vision and they started to implement it. They have the plans, actually, for all of us. Here I would like to add maybe 2 points about the settlements, and will expand also. We are taking our political vision seriously, and we are updating also it, the main core issues, because we have to remember that we are living in fluid reality. It is the same to say about the whole discourse now about Israel, the left in Israel, and the right, about Zionism, and about all what's going on. I think all of us tend to automatically treat Israel according to the assumptions and the theories and the conceptualization that we were used to during the previous decades. And we need to remember, all of you as Jews need to remember, please, because otherwise we cannot collaborate and do something together. We are speaking about different Israel. Different Israel, different Israeli society, different Israeli political system, different Zionist ideology, different moral basics and principles. To think about the Israeli society, and when we speak about political imagination or about any solution, And a year after the beginning of this year, that the majority of the Israelis cannot even feel a very basic minimum sympathy or empathy, or to acknowledge what is the Israeli government doing and implementing against the Palestinian people in terms of ethnic cleansing and transfer and displacement and killing and mass starvation. It's a disaster. It's a tragedy. First of all, for all of you, but also for all of us. I don't claim that the Palestinian society is, perfect and all of them are, also the Palestinians have changed. But at the end of the day, we have a binational reality on the ground. And we need to know how to continue having this binational reality. And I do want to continue having this binational reality politically and morally and ethically. I don't want to do not transfer, not ethnic cleansing, and not anything else as a Palestinian for the Israeli Jews. And I do ask the other side to treat me in the same way. The last point, according to or referring to the settlements. First of all, when we speak about the settlements, we are speaking about plus the international law, and we need to follow the international law and so on, and that the settlements are illegal. We need to remember that everything about the status of the settlements needs to be negotiated with the Palestinian state, because it's part of the land of the Palestinian state, part of the 22% of what the Palestinians are going to become. The second point, the terrorist settlers are not part of our deal or offer. Their place is in the jail. The third point, yes, we need to think also, if some of the settlers would like to stay and accept giving up their privileges and their Jewish supremacy over the Palestinians, and they are willing to accept being residents in the state of Palestine, we need, yes, to speak about mechanisms of reparation and compensations of the land for the Palestinians. And this is something that we are developing now in our initiative in terms of research and policy and so on, to be able to offer something much more than what we have as a concept in our political vision.
Thank you. Shai, what I really like about the work of Land for All, it made me a much stronger supporter of the classical two-state solution. I'm half joking, because I think actually it's really important that it also helped to sharpen our own views, and I understand that you also are sticking to the good old idea. So why is that?
The audacity to think inside the box.
It's always the younger ones that are, inside the box, isn't it?
So I want to start by saying that this is kind of an important disagreement that I have with some of the points that Rula and Maren just said, but it's kind of a disagreement within the family. I think Rula described quite nicely that the fact that we have a shared vision in kind of abstract level of this place. There will be, I think, no disagreement between us that we want both people to enjoy, to exercise their right of self-determination, to be free and have equal political and human rights in this land. So about these general principles, I don't think there is any disagreement. What I do think that might be problematic, Rula just said that they are changing things according to what's happened now, so maybe we will be more than in an agreement after this conversation. But what I think is problematic about the Land for All initiative is that it is important to offer political imagination, but I don't think the initiative they are offering is political at all. And I will try, is political, it's only imagination. I'll try to explain why. In politics in general, any kind of serious political movement, as Land for All clearly wants to be, you need to fulfill at least basic two conditions in order to be successful. The first is that you need to identify a very specific rival, political rival that you need to defeat that prevents you from achieving your goals and changing reality. And the second thing is you need to be able to engage with mass audiences in the public, with the people who live in the land, and offer solutions to the major grievances about the key political issue around which society is organized, right? So in Israel, the two answers to these two questions are quite clear in Israel-Palestine. The political group that poses the biggest threat, and I'm not making moral symmetries here, just this is kind of just a fact in different ways in different societies, so take it however you like, but this is just a fact, is right-wing fundamentalist religious groups that think that the whole land is for them and for them alone to self-govern on the expense of the other side. Now, within Israel, which is the stronger side in this conflict, this group is the settlements group, the settler movement, which has been very successful in the past few decades, and now we have, as we heard here before on stage, we have a Kahanist government who's being controlled by this group. Now, I will only talk about the fundamentalists of my society, so I will not speak about the Palestinian society right now. But the problem with the Land for All initiative, I think, is specifically identifying this group as the challenge and offering political ways to overcome it. And I'll try to explain why. The strategy from day one, when the Gush Emunim started after '67 war and started kind of building the settlement movement, their main strategy was to change facts on the ground. They were an avant-garde political movement. They did illegal stuff, build settlements, sometimes with the cooperation of the state, but sometimes without any kind of major public support for a very long time.
They started with the Labour Party.
Yeah, I said sometimes with cooperation with the institution, but there wasn't like a referendum in Israel or on the settler movement, which I think they will lose any day, including today. Now, the strategy is to change facts on the ground in order to prevent a Palestinian state from coming into being. Now, one of the assumptions, and I read the founding document of Land for All, so I don't know if things have changed since then, but one of the assumptions of the initiative of Land for All is, I think they make two assumptions. One moral, that Rula and Meron just talked about, which basically says because of the deep political, religious connection that both people have to this land, this necessarily means, or what follows from this connection is that they should have access or can live in all of the land. And I think this is not true. I just kind of want to refute this moral reasoning. And the second one is that they at least implicitly support the irreversibility thesis, according to which, because of the fact there are now around 600,000 Jewish settlers in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank, this means that politically we cannot reverse this situation, so we need to build our political vision around this thing. Now, I think by making these two assumptions, Land for All, with all the good intentions, implicitly are saying to the settlers, your political strategy was successful. you can keep expanding. I know you reject this, you just said it. But de facto, on the ground, you can keep expanding. We will keep talking in the meanwhile about two states for one land or land for all. But in the meantime, you legitimize, by making the moral principle that you're supporting, you legitimize the expansion of the settlements for all the area. That's one thing. And the other thing, I'll be very quick because I know I talked for long. So I said before, you need to identify a rival, and I think their assumptions kind of help the political rivals we need to defeat. And the second thing is to engage with the central issue in Israeli politics, which is security. Now, there is a section nicely written in the founding document of the initiative about security, but basically it goes down to, so if people ask how on earth will people from Hamas, who, as Rura mentioned, many Palestinians still support Hamas in one way or another. And Hamas will probably be part of a future government of Palestine. I don't know, but probably. How will people from Hamas will cooperate with people from Shin Bet and have this kind of shared security apparatus that defend the land from places like attacks from Iran or Lebanon or whatever? Now, I don't want to talk about the practicability of this. I'm just saying that the whole solution is built on trust. They say they're quite clear, and I'll finish now, that we should trust each other in order to kind of make this solution work. And this is why I think this political imagination is not political. It's not a solution to the problem. It's a vision for the day after we will solve the conflict. Because now we have a conflict where we do not trust each other. And we need to provide security in order to convince people in our ideas. And if the whole security apparatus of our idea is built on trust, we are assuming what we want to get in the end. And
thank you.
First
I see you're
of all,
eager. I see you're eager, but we'll let Rula take this one. Yeah. I see you're eager to answer, you know, but we'll let Rula take this one.
Okay. Thank you, Noah. First of all, we have in 1 hour, 1.5 hours, another panel about a land for all. So we are all invited to continue with the discussion, and that's why I'm going to answer briefly. First of all, thank you, Shai, for the inaccurate lecture on political theory. Sorry, I have to say it's partial. I do agree with you, but to some extent. First of all, and the second point, you don't know about our work, and constituency is very important, and we are building that, and we are expanding since the beginning of the war in Israel and in Palestine and in the whole world. But now, in this situation, we are doing also another strategies to advocate for our political solution. So it's not only about the support that we have in Israel and Palestine. And you know what? We don't have much support, and the majority of the Israelis don't want any solution. And accordingly, we need to remember that the establishment of the state of Palestine and the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people is not to be connected to the willing of the Israelis and the Jews and the Israeli government. And the whole global community need also to hear this. It's a very basic right of the Palestinian people, and it's not about Israel to accept or not to accept. Okay? Thank you. The last point. What kind of solution you offer if you only know to criticize our political vision? We don't claim that our political vision is perfect. We are working on that, and we are very attached to our people, to the whole political situation, to the developments that took place since the major last effort before 30 years during the Oslo period. And we develop our political vision and we advocate for it. It's not perfect. And you know what? Not for the majority of the Jews, and especially not for the majority of the Palestinians, any political vision that you can think about will be a just solution and a good solution. But if you have better solution to offer,
So please.
I just two
Our time is
sentences.
ending, so no, one sentence.
One sentence.
Yes.
One sentence.
Politics is compromise, by the way.
So in one sentence. After 30 years of a separation model, paradigm, that was promoted by the leaders of Israel, by Rabin and then Barak, and even by the leaders of the Palestinian people. 30 years, we are being told that separation is the solution. After 30 years of this idea, we are further away from peace, we are further into violence, we are further into not being able to solve the solution. We are going backwards, not going forward. So to claim now that separation is the solution is just completely detached from reality. We are in the reality. Saying that separation is the solution is completely detached from reality.
Okay, now that it got interesting, this is only a promo to the rest of the panel that you can listen with the Q&A and Ola and Meron. So thank you, the three of you. And as I warned, we will not solve this in 45 minutes. The next session will be with Knesset member Naama Lazimi at 3. In 10 minutes.
I'm delighted to invite Member of Knesset Naama Lazimi of the Democrats Party to speak. Straight afterwards, Noah Landau will conduct a brief interview with her.
Hello. Thanks to Haaretz, Yachad, JW3, and the New Israel Fund for the opportunity to be here with so many people who want to work together to rebuild and repair Israel. We face the deepest crisis in Israel's history. On October 7th, Hamas launched a brutal attack, killing and raping civilians, taking hostages, and leaving our nation in mourning. We must all remember that this death cult is still holding 101 hostages, men, women, children, and elderly. Over half of them are believed to be alive, living on borrowed time, tortured. Israel is a remarkable country. In October, our soldiers to protect us without hesitation. But military solutions are temporary. Even the strongest military in the world can't win a war without a clear diplomatic strategy and brave politician leaders who want resolution. Peace and security can only be achieved through a political solution. Netanyahu, however, is using this crisis for his political advantage. His extremist government is blocking any chance for peace because they care more about protecting the settlements than about Israel's security. That's why they view the moderate Palestinian Authority as a liability and Hamas as an asset. This dangerous approach is what led to the October 7th massacre. To counter the Iranian axis of evil, which threatens global democracy, we need to build an axis of peace with moderate countries in our region. My dedication to peace and equality stems from my Jewish upbringing. Every morning, as my partner Avi prays with our children, I'm reminded of the core teaching in our tradition: to uplift the poor, free the captives, and seek peace. These principles guide us, and we must hold on to them. We must return to the negotiating table for the hostages and for us all, Israelis and Palestinians. Israel's safest borders are with Jordan and Egypt, countries with whom we have peace agreements after terrible wars. A two-state solution, a Jewish state and a Palestinian state, might look far now, but peace is made between enemies. Peace agreement always proved to be the most patriotic and moral act that keeps our country safe. Israelis and Palestinians need new leadership that care about the future. We have enough politicians driven by short-term interests and dangerous nationalistic vision. Netanyahu has damaged Israel's relationship with its closest allies. Yet, Biden was the leader we needed. He was a father figure for a fatherless nation. We owe him and the US administration a big thank you for saying don't and preventing a multi-region war. I also want to address world leaders to remind all of us our fundamental responsibility to bring home the 101 hostages now. These civilians were taken from their homes and now are being tortured by Hamas in Gaza. We must make a deal to bring them home now and to end this war. Solidarity is the foundation of Israel. We cannot forget our duty to the most crucial commandment in Judaism, the redemption of captives, mitzvat pidyon shvuim. The Israeli public is also still fighting for democracy. Our society has risen in historic protest against the judicial overhaul. We continue this fight for over 2 years now. This protest movement shows the deep divide between the majority in Israel, who believe in democracy and liberal values, and the government controlled by a minority that seeks to destroy these values. Netanyahu's government isn't just attacking the judiciary, it's also destroying the law enforcement system under the Kahanist minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. The police under his control are becoming increasingly partisan and violent. I've personally experienced police brutality, even with my parliamentary immunity, when I stood with protesters and hostage families. We will not give up. To finish, I want to recognize the inspiring change within the British Labour Party. Many of you in this room have worked hard to fight anti-Semitism. And you have shown that it is possible and necessary to both criticize the Israeli government and fight anti-Jewish hatred. I stand with British Jews who are facing troubling rise in anti-Semitism. It's essential that we tackle this hatred while ensuring that legitimate criticism of the Israeli government is not silenced. As an Israeli Knesset member from the left, I urge you to continue raising your voice for a pro-Israel, pro-democracy, and pro-peace future. We have the power to create a change. Israel can still be a beacon of hope. We can lead by example and show the world that we are a democratic Zionist society, striving for peace and security. As Golda Meir said, pessimism is a luxury that a Jewish cannot afford. Hope will prevail. התקווה תנצח.
Hi, it's me again. So member of Knesset Naama Lazimi from the Democrats Party. She is the chairwoman of the Youth Parliamentary Committee and a member of the Finance and Education Committees. Naama has been active for years advocating for workers' rights and against social inequality. And I will add to that, for those who aren't following that close, as you heard in her speech also, that she is, I think, the most involved Knesset member at the anti-government protests these days, standing many times on the front lines of police violence and clashes. And I want to ask you, Naama, since October 7th, something also changed within the protest movement. Many argue that the protest movement is, in fact, anti-Netanyahu, but not necessarily against his policies, and specifically his policies throughout the war. How do you see that?
Well, it's a good question, and I first want to start and say that I'm sorry for my English, so be kind. So I think that we have to separate between the necessary to criticize this government but still to protect the interest of Israel and also the right for Israel to defend itself. And of course that it's really difficult those days because of the situation with the most extremist government we can ever predict that basically does nothing to end this war and even to bring back our brothers and sisters from Hamas in Gaza. And so we have to make sure that we do protest against the government and do everything we can to get an election, and we have to do that because our democracy is still under attack. But also to keep the Israelis' interests, especially because we are, with a lot of conflict and a lot of enemies around us. If you would have said to me that rockets from Yemen and Iraq will launch toward us, I will say to you that this is crazy. So this is a difficult situation. So we have to keep our security and safety, but also not forget our duty to diplomatic agreement to bring peace and to start to establish the area.
But in your speech, and also, when I hear you in Israel, you are calling to end the war and find a diplomatic solution. So you are opposing also to the actual policies and not only, the person himself, right?
Of course, we eliminated all of our enemies, yeah? Nasrallah, Sinwar, Hania, Def. There is no other reasons to continue this endless war and not to rebuild Israel and not to bring back our brothers and sisters. We have to seize the deal now and to repair our country, for sure. But still, we have to recognize that the Iranian is still a threat, that this violent circle not over. But we have to ensure that also by a diplomatic act, we will bring peace and security and safety to the region.
The head of your party, Yair Golan, by the way, just to check, everyone here knows Yair Golan or heard about the Democrats. Maybe a few, not so many. I mean, they're not voting in Israel.
I think more of you, no?
I hope.
Yeah.
Oh, more than. Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Ex-Labor Party, yeah.
Or you just feeling bad? Okay. So no need to explain who the Democrats are then. But Yair Golan did say that he thinks, for example, that Israel should have, occupied south of Lebanon, and made several remarks. That people who usually, traditionally voted for the left wing in Israel were surprised to hear.
So I think there is a difference between occupying the south of Lebanon from the assurance that we have a buffer zone, that the 70,000 people that were displaced from their houses can return, and we can really sign a new 1701 agreement. Yair Golan is one of the clearest voices right now for regional alliance, for their need to return to the negotiating table. He also said yesterday that we have to end this ping pong between Israel and Iran and to seize the deal and to end the war if we could. So for me, what he said that he still understand the need for security and safety and the insurance for the northern people to return to the houses, but without neglecting the need to sit back to the negotiating table. I think he's one of almost, I think, no other head of party is saying that, clear as he said that we have to have a political agreement. I think we are the only party from the Zionist party that are saying that. It is important to remember that, and Yair Golan is one of the clearest voices for peace in Israel right now. Even though he's a security person that seeks for security. For me, peace is also a security issue.
We spoke a lot during this conference on the Israeli police and what Itamar Ben-Gvir has been, doing to that deception.
Everyone know Itamar Ben-Gvir here? Yeah, for sure.
That's the difference.
You know his bio? Okay.
And I think, as I said, you've experienced it personally. So is it really the Ben-Gvir police now?
For a long time ago, the police is under attack. Also when Ohana was the minister and Gilad Ardan was the minister of the police, and we ignored the situation. When Itamar Ben-Gvir received the key to our national security from Benjamin Netanyahu, that knew exactly who he is, it's happened very quick. Basically, Minister Ben-Gvir saying, even in interviews, that the ones who will be loyal to him and will be against the protesters are the ones that he will promote in the police. And we can see that even the gatekeepers in the police are under attack by him. So yes, the police is already fallen under Minister Ben-Gvir. We have to recognize that. We have to know exactly the situation. The police situation is much worse than the judicial system. And we have to ensure that after the next election, hopefully soon, so we can take care of the police and rebuild the police as an Israeli police, not as a government police, especially not as a partisan police. Because right now, this is our police in Israel.
So as you know, the British government is considering sanctioning Ben-Gvir and Smotrich personally. How do you feel about that?
I do want to say that sanctions are aimed at individuals and organizations and not towards country. So this is something that I could relate to, because they are harming not just Palestinians in the West Bank, but also the IDF forces, also the whole Israel. Those two ministers are there absolutely back. Both of them are preventing the law enforcement system to take care of them, of those violent settlers and those organizations. So because of specific them, both Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, other countries are putting sanctions against those violent people. But in a better situation, Israel was supposed to be the one that take care of them. So I think that sanctions against Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, that they are also violent settlers. Yeah, we have to recognize that. It's something that I could relate to, and it's hard for me to say that.
So you support the British decision if there will be one to sanction them?
And I do want to separate that. I support individual sanctions, not an arm embargo against Israel. This is a different thing. I do not support to prevent Israel to defend itself, and also to destroy our relationship. We're supposed to be together eventually after this horrible government. So yes to individual sanctions, not against the Israel as the country that need to defend itself.
Okay, and maybe that one is more difficult to you. I don't know, but we spoke a little bit earlier about how you suddenly found yourself as someone who came to the Knesset to safeguard workers' rights and,
for a welfare country, hopefully.
You were fighting for gender issues, inequality, etc. And suddenly you find yourself on the lefter side of the, political spectrum, having to, take upon yourself some issues that you weren't really advocating for before. But from And you told me, that there's this responsibility that you're feeling right now. And a lot of people are talking about the fact that, that there is no opposition in Israel and there is no left. And what do you say to them as one of, I think, two people that are supposed to represent that, right?
Yes, also our friend, Rabbi Gilad Kariv, who is a great partner.
On sharing that huge burden, yes, there is two of you. Yeah.
First of all, there is a huge opposition in the public, okay? We are the majority. This government have no longer any public mandate to continue. Fortunately, in the parliament, we are also combined with the right-wing parties in the opposition and others, and also center parties. It's disappointing. I expect for much more cooperation and that we will stand together and fight against this government with the public and give them back and stand with them in solidarity. But for me, there was no other option. I clearly saw what is going to happen. When I saw the horses against back then, in January, like 40 people protesting against the government, I realized exactly what is going to happen. So if I do want to bring Israel much more better life, social life, and that Israel will be eventually a welfare country, it's not separated than the conflict issue and the liberal issue and the democratic issue. It's combined together, and I think this is one of the most important things that a lot of us realized, that we have to rebuild our whole systems, and we cannot put aside the conflict anymore. And we have to make our democracy much more stronger and stable.
And last question, I think you're the only one I can ask this question, kind of a cliche of a question. Many times when I speak to people abroad, in the end of the discussion, they always say, but say something hopeful, because we want to keep, being engaged and support you, but you have to give us something to hold on to. And I think, there's so much despair. I think you're probably one of the only people I can ask, how are you so hopeful?
We just don't have any other option, right? We have to win, of course. Hope will win. So there is a sentence I'm saying in every protest when I'm speaking. So where in the place there is a struggle, there is hope. So we are still fighting. We are still demonstrate. We are still believe in another Israel, in a better future. This is the biggest hope that we can imagine. And we have to remember that most of the public are standing with our expectation. More than 70% believe in regional alliance. And more than 70% represent themselves as a liberal, and in the liberal camp. And I think that 80% are thinking that far-right government is bad for the national security.
There's a British joke about tell me, what newspaper you're reading, and I'll tell you, who you are. So it's like, tell me which polls you're reading, and I'll tell you.
They are good polls.
What you want to believe in.
We're supposed to read these polls, yeah.
Right.
So there is hope, and as I said in my speech, hope will prevail. There is no other option.
Thank you, Nama.
going to... Hi to everybody here. We're going to start now this panel, which is on the state of UK-Israel relations and where they go from here, which I'm chairing with my distinguished guests. Alistair Burt, Distinguished Fellow at RUSI, Minister for the Middle East 2010 to 2013 and 2017 to 2019. Hugh Lovett, Senior Policy Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Daniela Peled, Managing Editor of the Institute for War and Peace Reporting, and Hannah Weisfeld, Executive Director of Yachad. Alistair, I'll start with you. UK-Israel relations have certainly had their ups and downs, but October the 7th and the Gaza war have really created a new reality for all of Israel's foreign relations. Now, during the past year of war, the UK's own political landscape changed with the Labour landslide in general elections. Could you give a brief assessment of what UK policy is towards Israel now and the dimensions of the shift since October the 7th and related to that, since the Starmer government came into office?
Okay, Esther, and thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity and for the goodness of so many people being here to listen to all of us. The basics of the relationship between the UK government and the State of Israel have not shifted as a result of the general election. I think the determination of the United Kingdom to remain a supporter of the existence of the State of Israel, to be committed militarily to support an Israel that might be under existential threat, as was seen from the ballistic missile attacks of Iran, remains absolutely the same. And the security, military, the significant industrial, technological relationships between the two countries and its peoples are very strong and very deep for reasons that we all understand. But there are nuances of policy. And I think one of the things that has been challenged more over the past year has been the relationship between the United Kingdom and the government of the State of Israel, and attempts to try and make the government of the State of Israel Israel and demand that the United Kingdom have an attitude towards it regardless of its government, I think is wrong, and I think has become quite deeply challenged. The change in the nature of government, as was seen by the recommencement of financial support to UNRWA after the election, the relatively small adjustment in the arms control licenses, and the change in the relationship to the ICC, those are all straws in the wind of a government that sees the relationship as strong, but wants it to be based on the rule of law and the priorities of the United Kingdom, not necessarily of anyone else. But the fundamentals are very strong. The issue that will face the United Kingdom in the not too distant future is where Israel is going post-Gaza, and what sort of Israel is the United Kingdom supposed to have a relationship with. An Israel that is under threat, has sought peace, tried to work out a relationship between itself and representatives of the Palestinians, not found that conducive to a negotiated arrangement in relation to a Palestinian state, etc., been subject to terrorist attack, and therefore deserving of support of the United Kingdom. That's one thing. A state of Israel that decides that its strategy is no longer to work for a two-state solution, but to consider seriously the resettlement of Gaza and the annexation of the West Bank, that suggests a different Israel to the one that's been supported by the United Kingdom in the past. I don't think the government of the State of Israel should take for granted that the relationship with the government of the United Kingdom would stay the same in those circumstances. And I think there may be certain consequences to demonstrate, as we saw recently, that David Cameron had been thinking of sanctioning Ministers Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. I would expect that to come back on the agenda if it became clear that their individual policies for the future of Israel were to become the policy of the State of Israel. And that would open up a different sort of relationship between us.
Okay, so you mentioned Cameron. How far is there still a clear divide between, for instance, the Labour and the Conservative parties, or within them? For instance, you know, the Conservative Party is going to elect a new leadership next week. So what does the potential future leadership of the Conservative Party say about where their policy on Israel might go, you know, bearing in mind your deep experience inside that party?
My understanding is that David Cameron's shifts in policy in relation to Israel, notably the speech he made in February last year, where he raised the possibility that recognition of the State of Israel would not depend on the conclusion of negotiations, but might come at an earlier stage in order to... I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. Recognition of the State of Palestine might not depend on the conclusion of negotiations, but come at an earlier stage in order to act as a catalyst to those negotiations, and thus, of course, prevent a situation in which those who did not want the negotiations to succeed could effectively create a veto for the recognition of the State of Palestine. His determination to change that was of interest, but my understanding that he found discussing Israel in cabinet quite difficult because a number of members of the cabinet did not want to go in the same direction. Those with, strong ties to supporters of the government of the State of Israel. That I would expect to be different for the Labour Party, and they'll look at things differently. Also, the composition of the Labour Party, they're constrained in two ways. Firstly, they have the legacy of Corbyn and anti-Semitism, and Keir Starmer was very clear that they weren't going back to those days, and they weren't going to do anything that would allow the possibility of that emerging again. But at the same time, he has a not insignificant group of MPs now who are extremely concerned and disturbed about what they have seen in Gaza over the last 12 months, who are not going to be silent about it, who are going to press the government to move in a different direction, and will be looking for ways to do that. As I say, not undermining the essential relationship, but being prepared to be very critical of the actions of the State of Israel in Gaza and now Lebanon, and look for the British government to make its position clear. So the new government has got to balance those pressures. I don't think within the Labour Party it'll have quite the same pressure upon its politicians as some Conservative Party MPs and ministers have experienced in the past from friends of the government of the State of Israel.
Okay, so Daniela, if I can ask you, we were just discussing just now about pressures within the parliamentary Labour Party, but obviously there's been a year of very vocal and large pro-Palestinian protests on the streets of London. How much does that kind of popular pressure or grassroots pressure, how much effect does that have on government policy, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think, do people remember the huge protests against the Iraq War? That galvanised a whole generation of people, but I don't think it made vanishingly little difference to political decision-making. I mean, I think the Starmer government, it's not like Blair and Brown that had some sort of ideological interest in the Middle East, or that we're going to solve this intractable problem. I think they want to stay away, really. It's not doing any particular good. So far they've made some not minor, but quite measured political gestures. They're suspending 10% of arms sales, politically important, practically makes no sense, doesn't make any impact. And for instance, there was the Conservative government had put an objection to the seeking of arrest warrants against senior Israeli and Hamas leaders. And this government quickly reversed that. Because after all, London wants to be consistent in how it treats its relations with its allies. The UK is putting an enormous amount of effort into supporting Ukraine, the international justice process as well, and in Ukraine as well. And it would seem extremely eccentric if they said, well, we support international justice for one of our allies, but we don't have faith in it when it comes to another ally. So I think really just avoiding the situation. I mean, the impact, we've talked about the impact of the four independents, so let's not even count George Galloway, MPs. But again, it's more about domestic British politics and failures to include the margins and disaffected elements. I think given that the first 100 or so days of the Starmer government have been, to be uncharitable, have been signified by a real failure of comms and really overshadowed by just the winter fuel payments and so on. This is really the last thing that they want to get too deeply involved in.
And even the fact that there are, noisy protests on such a regular level, that won't make any difference to them.
Well, I think it makes difference in that you tinker around the edges. I mean, that you do this symbolic suspension of some of the arms sales, or you could sanction settler leaders and so on and so forth, which is always going to upset. The Israeli government is always going to make serious protests. But actually, I think they're just trying to finesse. They're not actually trying to achieve anything apart from managing their own constituencies.
So, Hannah, if I can turn to you, in terms, if we're talking about the state of relations between the UK and Israel, an obvious channel of communication should be through the diplomatic representation of Israel in the UK. Now, in some ways, you could say that Israel has, or the UK has, a Chotoveli problem because, she is definitely a representative of the hard right, if you want to be charitable. And it's not really a channel that is of much great use in terms of mainstream policymakers in the UK. So how much impact does it have that is Israel's representation here in the UK? And for the policymakers in Parliament and in think tanks, who are the interlocutors that they really listen to?
Well, I think Zippy Chotoveli is a problem for the British government. That's really obvious, that when you see British politicians having to stand with her and have their photo taken, there's a lot of grimacing often, because they understand that they have to maintain a diplomatic relationship, and they also understand, I think, that the optics of literally standing next to her is pretty problematic. And so on the one hand, it's a problem. I think on the other hand, the problem isn't really Chotoveli. The problem is the government of Israel. And certainly the conversations that I have with people in government in the UK, they often say, until there is a change of government in Israel, it's going to be really hard for us. That, that the government of the state of Israel is so far away from the values of us as a Labour Party that we're really struggling to work out how to do business as usual with them. And in the context of the war, that's obviously much harder. So, on the one hand, she's problematic, but I think on the other hand, she's just a symptom of a much bigger problem. If there was a diplomat in place who was a career diplomat rather than a career politician, which she basically is, I'm not sure how much difference it would actually make. It might make some of the photographs a bit less awkward, but I don't think it would actually change anything kind of significant. In terms of who is the government listening to, I think really what they're trying to do, and I agree with Daniela, is say, we have consistency, that actually we're going, rather than blowing with the wind, we are going to try and return to some basic principles here. So if we can return to the principle of the rule of law and use that lens to guide the decisions, then actually we can, these decisions won't be political, they'll be legal. So we can make a legal decision to suspend 30 export licenses. We can make a legal decision about the ICC, and that gives them a certain element of cover. I mean, I guess where I have a slight disagreement is that I'm not sure they are tinkering around the edges. I think they are trying to use that to find their feet and use the lens of rule of law to apply it to their foreign policy in the Middle East. And that has been very lacking in the last 14 years in terms of the Conservative government.
Well, certainly this government, the Starmer government, talks a lot about international law and the importance of the rule of law in its international relations. And obviously it's a government that's relatively stuffed full of lawyers as well. So I wonder, Hugh, if you could talk about, how does this actually play out? We've mentioned about the ICC, but some of the other issues were bubbling up before October the 7th, not least in terms of the West Bank and settler violence. But there are, if you could give some idea about what is the spectrum of actions that the government might be considering to take using international law.
Certainly. So first of all, when we try to put ourselves in the feet, or in the shoes of Keir Starmer and the Labour government, as we've heard, I think there's probably 3 different guiding principles. The first is, as always, domestic policy. Not being Jeremy Corbyn seems to be the foremost consideration in that regard. But also, obviously, transatlantic relations. So not doing anything that would make relations with Washington, D.C., with the Biden administration more complex. So that invariably is going to limit how much London can or wants to do on this file. The third factor is international law, as we talked about. And so there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of attention on the UK decision to suspend 10% of arms export licenses to Israel. That's only 10%, and that got a lot of attention. From my point of view, that's kind of the minimum that the UK government should have been doing. The fact that it got so much attention kind of shows you just how much the political and domestic conversation is so difficult, that we're not even talking about, or up until very recently, we weren't even talking about sanctioning Ben Gvir or Smotrich. This government started with the first step. To the point that was made is how much more can the government do going forward, bearing in mind the domestic political consideration and the transatlantic relations? Personally, I think the British government's decision with export licenses was extremely conservative. I'm certainly not going to say ban all arms exports to Israel, but certainly this government was very specific on the grounds with which it decided to ban certain or to suspend certain licenses. It looked at the potential for human rights abuses when it comes to Palestinian prisoners held by Israel, and the risk, and I think you can say it's more than a risk, but this is government parlance, the risk that Israel was not doing enough to facilitate food deliveries to Gaza. What it specifically stayed away from was any determination as to Israeli actions within Gaza. And now finally to go to your question, what it also stayed very far away from was Israeli actions in the West Bank. And so even though Gaza continues to occupy our thoughts and preoccupations and conversation for the last year, this didn't start with Gaza. And I think the UK government has to have a much more holistic approach to this conflict and to the root causes. And of course, that means then addressing what is happening in the West Bank, including and particularly Israeli settler extremism. The UK government, I think, has taken a very important step to sanction, in this regard, by sanctioning Amana. It probably would not have done this without a wink from the US administration. Amana, for those who don't know it, is I don't know what we call it, like a settler NGO that kind of bankrolls a lot of settlement construction. That's important. I think myself and many people will say that should be then built on to then go after not just other individuals, but organizations and entities, including settlement councils. Because ultimately, this is not the problem is not a few radical violent settlers, it is the settlement project itself. And to finish with the last point, to me, the focus should be on increasing, hardening, and expanding UK action towards the settlements. We can have a conversation about whether to sanction Israel, and that's a very divisive question. But going after the settlements is something that, in my sense, is a good foreign policy decision. It should be a good political decision, because also it is about differentiating between Israel within the 1967 Green Lines and the Israeli settlements. and to be able to then to start to choke off the flow of funding that is supporting this unlawful situation that is going against a two-state solution, which is still ostensibly the UK's foreign policy objective. And just on this, banning the import of settlement products, now that the UK has taken control of its borders, it should be able to do that. But also ensuring that every time the UK signs agreements with Israel, that these agreements do not include the settlements, that they stop at the Israel that we recognize, which is Israel in the 1967 borders. And we won't go into all the weeds of the technicalities, but there's a lot of agreements that the UK has signed historically and continues to sign that does not exclude the settlements. So the UK's relations itself with Israel seem to be at least indirectly benefiting the settlement project that we claim to oppose.
So that's very interesting. You said there should be a ban on settlement produce, or at least, you know, if we take a more modest measure, which is at least labelling them very, very clearly. Now, when this came up as an EU policy, there was a tremendous outcry. So you think that there is a political constituency within Parliament that would pass a measure like that?
I wish there was. And I've been working on this, like probably many of you, for far too long. And I still find it difficult to understand why foreign governments have not taken this decision. Because again, this is not sanctioning Israel. This should be a very logical first step. Yet for so long, it has been a taboo. Recognizing Palestine is also a taboo. Some governments have done that, but even those governments that have done that, until very recently, were very cautious about talking about banning settlement products. And so one would hope that there is a constituency within this parliament to do that. The UK government wants, I think, to negotiate a new trade agreement with Israel. So that would also be an opportunity to be able to air some of these considerations. But the final point is that with the labeling, which again, labeling settlement products is the most almost insignificant thing you could do. And the pushback from Israel was clearly disproportionate to the act. But I think it was calculated, especially from the right wing and the settler movement, because it was very clear that their intention was to draw a line and to say, this is the response you'll get from us for labeling settlement products. Don't even dare ban them. And it worked, unfortunately. And some of the rhetoric that came from the Israeli government at the time, but also that was taken up by some ministers in opposition, who equated labeling settlement products to putting yellow Jews on stars. No.
Sorry. There were many, the illustrations that were...
Sorry.
There were the illustrations of Jewish shops in Nazi Germany, that was it. They went on that full steam ahead with those kinds of imagery.
Having been responsible for the taboo for some 14 years or so while in government, I think I ought to say something. Israel's defensive mechanisms against challenge are very severe, but I think they've lost a lot of their impact in recent times, probably beginning with the formation of the present Israeli government, including the two far-right ministers, which most of us in Parliament assume would not have been done, except to ensure that Prime Minister Netanyahu stays in place, and his own preparedness to sacrifice any of his own principles in order to form a government coalition, I think has had an impact on UK politicians. And I think it's allowed and opened up the possibility of challenge that we didn't see in the past. Any move towards Israel politically is met by a charge of anti-Semitism. It's thrown at anyone who might challenge Israel. And the BDS movement and everything was a prime example of that. Just impossible to consider any form of sanction against Israel because, well, we're Israel, aren't we? And I think that's now being challenged as it ought to have been. I look back on the settlement policy. I was responsible, as you know, for 5 years in relation to our day-to-day relationships with Israel. I had to deal with the various settlement announcements. I dealt with it with a variety of statements. They all express concern, sometimes deep concern, sometimes great concern, and no consequences whatsoever. I now believe that the failure to have consequences on the settlement policy involved a growing sense of impunity amongst those pushing the policy, and probably helped lead to the sense of impunity that Ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir now exhibit. We helped that process. We helped create them, because in giving Israel the sense that it could do anything it liked on settlements, we were presumably also giving a tick in the box to politicians who also believed they could do anything they liked without consequence. And I think we made a mistake in relation to that. I think that will change. If there are hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating in Tel Aviv every week against their prime minister, they can't all be anti-Semitic. So nor can the rest of us who challenge policy honestly and fairly if we think it's wrong. So I think settlement policy will come under greater scrutiny, and I would hope the next time there's an announcement, there's a very clear suggestion of consequence. The financial impact on the settlers themselves, I know that some have seen that this could expand quite significantly. The Americans are crucial in this, because once you raise the possibility of sanctions in the American financial and banking system, it's a catastrophe for others, and people get absolutely terrified of being caught up in this. It's a very, very effective policy indeed. So I see this continuing. The awfulness of the current situation is, compounds this, of course. Who wants to take action against Israel at a time following October the 7th and the impact on Israel of the families affected and all that? It's an awful thing to have to contemplate, but the longer the conflict has gone on, the less there is a sign of political horizon from the government of Israel itself. It's forcing other people into considerations they've got to make. And I think it's only fair for Israel's best friend and longest supporters to make this clear to them if a further disaster is to be avoided.
Strong words. Another aspect of the relationship between Israel and the UK is in terms of media coverage of what's happening in Israel, and what, as previous speakers have mentioned, that very different images and reports that people in the UK are exposed to versus in Israel itself. Do you think that the UK media, Daniela, has covered the war in an effective way? Has it influenced or reflected public opinion?
Well, I'm going to give quite a boring answer, because I think, yes, really, the mainstream media here has done quite a good job. Internationally, the mainstream media has done quite a good job, because let's not forget that they are all denied access to Gaza. There are no international media, no international journalists allowed inside. While there are obviously Palestinian journalists on the ground who have done a stalwart job of getting the news out, having worked with journalists in areas of conflict like Syria, Afghanistan, the east of Ukraine. You cannot be a disinterested and unbiased journalist. The line between activism and journalism blurs immensely in those contexts, and it can't be any other way. So I think the media has, the news media has done pretty well. There's been a unpleasant sort of sectarianization where Israel and Palestine has been used to fuel domestic culture wars, and that the media has exploited that. But the other thing I think that's been remarkable is the extent of the disinformation that we are all exposed to, and the malign influence operations. And as I said, having worked on conflicts like Syria, Ukraine, where there's been enormous amounts of disinformation, I've never seen anything like I've seen in the last year. And I think it's important to note as well, it's not just saying the pro-Israel lobby putting out disinformation and the pro-Palestine lobby. There are malign influence operations. Russia, for instance, has got a huge interest in simply dividing communities in the UK, and dividing people that have nothing to do with the conflict, and increasing tensions, racial, ethnic, whatever tensions. And I think that has been the most frightening thing, especially because there are large constituencies on both sides, and this is such a polarizing issue. They're not really interested in what the media, what news, or what legacy media is telling them. They want to live. I think often we're all a bit guilty of this. You want your own opinions and your own feelings confirmed. And in the social media world, it's very, very easy to slip into that. And I don't think we're quite aware of just how dangerous that is.
Well, certainly the BBC disinformation arm said that after October the 7th, the amount of disinformation and manipulation of reports and images was unlike anything they'd ever seen. It was literally a deluge that was unprecedented in size, scale, everything. What is the, bearing in mind there are constantly more and more tools for manipulating images and reports, and with AI now, video as well. What are the kinds of ways that people can become better informed about what they're watching?
Well, I mean, gosh, this goes so far beyond Israel, Palestine, and something we've really, I think in this country especially, we've dropped the ball on. We need to build information resilience amongst people and amongst young people, and it has to start in schools. I mean, another area where I work is Moldova, and Moldova is the smallest and poorest country in Europe, and they get it. I mean, they face this threat from Russia, but there people are starting to look at how malign influence operates, and it starts early on. You need to question what you hear, and you need to be aware that you're confirming your own biases is not necessarily why we engage with media. But it's extremely, extremely difficult because it goes against human nature. So I think education and awareness is the start, and who knows where we're going to end up with it.
Hannah, the Jewish community in the UK is proud of the fact that it has, at least lines of communication with the government of the day. Generally, it's the large, established, some people call them legacy organisations, that have these lines of communication with the government. Do you think that is working effectively since October the 7th? And these organisations, how representative are they of the Jewish community that they say they represent?
Well, what's been quite interesting in the discussions that I have had with the government is their desire to make sure that they are hearing a broad spectrum of opinion. And I think there is a growing understanding with this new Labour government, newish Labour government, and the Foreign and Commonwealth, FCDO, that the community is not united in its opinions. That no minority community thinks and speaks with one voice. And there is a tendency for the government to assume certain things about what the community thinks, and those you often then get media confirmation bias of that. And I think that one of the things that's been really problematic, and I'm not sure if this came up, I'm sure it came up in the media session earlier, is that our historical Jewish communal paper, the Jewish Chronicle, has become the bastion of far-right politics and champions the far-right Israeli government. And being able to say to the British government, this does not represent the voice of many Jews. There's polling, and I think there might be a simultaneous session going on now actually about this, that 80% plus of British Jews do not support Netanyahu and do not support the Netanyahu government. It's quite hard to explain that to the British government, because the truth of it is, and I'm sure that Alistair and I have talked about this a lot, that when you're in government, you have about 2.5 seconds to consider this issue, and the easiest and the quickest thing to do is to say, well, we'll put these 4 organisations around the table that we know are the Jewish organisations, and we'll see what they've got to say. And having now been brought into that conversation to represent the constituents of Yachad and the voices of many people in this room, it's really important, it's really clear to me that if we want to have a robust foreign policy on Israel-Palestine, the government of the day needs to hear that there is diversity of opinion, because it makes a lot of assumptions about domestic politics that are not necessarily correct. And I have been in quite a few meetings in the past few months where you can see the assumptions that the government is making, and reminding the government that they shouldn't be making those assumptions and that they should bring in a broader set of opinions from the Jewish community is really important. And the thing that Hugh raised about, is there a constituency in Parliament? to go further on settlements actions, and would we go as far as banning settlement produce? The government of this country really needs to hear that there is a constituency inside the Jewish community that will support those actions. And it's not to say that the government will only make foreign policy decisions based on what Jewish people think. I mean, there's been plenty of outspoken opposition in the community to some of the things that's done in the last few months. So I'm not saying that, but it's definitely a consideration. And so making sure that the government hears that there is a Jewish community in this country that wants to see extremists inside Israel maligned and pushed aside, and we do not want to give them support, is crucially important, because it helps move them in the direction that they were already planning on moving, and it gives them the confidence that they can do it. And I think that, if there's one thing that I would like to say to the people that come to this conference today is, your voice really matters. People often say to me, well, no one really cares what British Jews think, and Israelis don't care, and the British government doesn't care. And I'd be interested to know Alice's take on this. I don't think that's true. I think in a very UK-focused context, it actually really matters. And I see that in the interactions I have with government, that they want to hear another perspective, and they're almost kind of inviting it in the room, and we collectively are responsible for giving it to them.
Alice, do you think that's fair? It's fair that the government really is eager and thirsty for the views of British Jews, especially in their diversity?
Yes, absolutely. I don't think there's any reason to doubt that for a second. One of the things that we always did from my time there is, because there are various communities around the UK, when Arab Spring started, Tunisian communities, Egyptian communities, the Afghanistan conflict and all that, Yemen, there are groups all around the country. We would look for ways in which to listen to whatever group was representative. Now, when you think of Israel and the particular connection with the Jewish community here, absolutely. Now, as everyone knows, there are long-established communities of British Jewry that would be automatic to go to. And of course, they're well represented, and they're well represented at high level, including in the House of Lords. So there wasn't going to be any question of missing listening to the Jewish voice. But as Hannah's indicated, the authentic Jewish voice is often more than just a well-known grouping, because they have their own constituency to consider, they have their own internal issues, and we're not daft enough to miss that. So, but on the central premise, is the British government interested in listening? Yes. All I know from the officials who work for us, who put those briefing sessions together and helped ministers work out who they should be listening to and who they should be speaking to, it is important, and you should never doubt that.
Hugh, I wanted to dive into one issue that particularly fascinates me at this particular moment. So at some point, we're not quite sure when, arrest warrants may be given out by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Defence Minister Gallant. Now, as we spoke before, the UK government has, reiterated or iterated its commitment to international law, so it would have to, therefore, back those arrest warrants. And what would that actually mean for state-to-state relations if those arrest warrants went into play?
So as you said, this government has made clear that it will implement international law and the ICC arrest warrants, should they be issued. In practice, that would mean, should Prime Minister Netanyahu or Defence Minister Gallant come to London, they'd be arrested. Obviously, one would suppose they won't come to London for that point of view. The more interesting question, I think, is how do British government officials engage and interact with Netanyahu and Gallant in Israel? So, and I think this is a question that I imagine all governments are now grappling with, all foreign ministries. I certainly won't speak to the UK position and UK deliberations, but I know in other contexts, other countries, there is it's not a done deal. It's not there's no decision yet, because obviously better to wait for the arrest warrants rather than having to make a decision now preemptively. But in some capitals, at least, I think there is a decision that these individuals will become persona non grata, meaning that when officials of a country visit Israel, they will not meet Netanyahu and they will not meet Gallant. So that will inevitably massively complicate bilateral relations and will itself create a crisis. Of course, bilateral relations are much more than those two individuals, and those relations will continue. But that will be a huge, huge issue for governments to navigate. But if I may, I mean, you talked about the ICC and how that may play out. To go back to my obsession of Israeli settlements and measures that should be taken, I think it's also worth bearing in mind the ruling of the recent ruling of the International Court of Justice. It made a determination as to the, in its view, the continued unlawful presence of Israel in the occupied territories. In layman's term, Israel's occupation is illegal and needs to be brought to an end. But what it also did, it also recommended, or probably more than recommended, it urged members of the UN to take certain actions with regards to Israel to bring about the end of occupation. And one of the things it did mention was the need, I can't remember the exact language, but basically it was the need to end settlement trade and financial linkages with Israeli settlements. So to members of the British Parliament and the British government, I'd say banning settlement products and financial services is now also something that has been mandated by the International Court of Justice.
Okay. Perhaps a more general question for all of you. There's differences of opinion about whether post-Brexit the UK really occupies such an influential place in the international system. But if we're going to talk specifically in terms of policy towards Israel, why should Israel take any notice of what UK policy is? What is actually at stake in terms of UK relations with Israel? You want to start?
Oh, I want to start. Well, there's a much bigger issue about the UK's role on the international stage, which goes beyond Israel. And advocates of Brexit, which I'm certainly not, would say that Brexit would have allowed us to liberate ourselves from the shackles of the EU and reclaim our former glory on the international stage. It's clearly not that simple, and I think the issues about UK foreign policy, UK's role, have largely nothing to do with the EU, and it's a much bigger strategic issue. Putting that aside, as tempting as it is to talk about, when it comes to UK-Israel relations post-Brexit, in some ways, I don't think much has really changed. We could have a very geeky conversation about how the UK's absence from internal EU deliberations, how that's changed EU policy or not. But on the world stage, I think the UK's position has not fundamentally changed, in part because the UK was, in my view, always a sort of a reluctant EU member and always did its own thing to a certain extent. And the UK's main role prior to Brexit was, I think, very much as a bridge between the US and Europe, as a transatlantic bridge. And secondly, that the UK's main partners were always, within a European context, was not really the EU as an institution, but it was France, Germany, at the time, Italy and Spain. And so this has changed a little bit because of governments and things like that. But I think those two fundamental considerations, that the UK wants to be a transatlantic player, a transatlantic bridge, and that the UK wants to engage with major like-minded European powers, that's the same. So the question is, can we see, in my view, greater coordination, effective coordination between the UK, the US, and European powers, in a way that it does not mean the UK blindingly subscribing to US positions, but actually bringing its own value added to the relationship. It may mean at times not always agreeing with Washington, but at the very least it means also us positively contributing to the transatlantic relation, challenging the Americans when we think that they're getting it wrong in Gaza or elsewhere, and then working together vis-à-vis the Middle East, Israel, the Palestinians.
We weren't all reluctant members of the EU, I can tell you that. But Hugh's essential analysis is correct. The relationships that were important to us in the office were Paris and Berlin. And my understanding is that the E3 relationship, as it's known, is still strong. And speaking to officials in the Foreign Office, I know that to be correct. For instance, if you look at the recognition of Palestine issue, I don't think the UK will make a move on that until it's joined by a couple of senior partners in the EU. For instance, it wasn't tempted by the decision of Spain and Norway, although Norway's outside the EU. So I think that relationship is still very important. Has it diminished us in other respects? Yes. I was always very conscious that I was speaking for, the 28 members of the EU when I was addressing foreign policy, and I would speak to my counterpart, the junior foreign minister in Israel, and I would be speaking on behalf of the EU. So you would feel that extra bit of weight behind you. Does it matter? Well, of course, there is the added complication that the EU position on Israel is not uniform itself. As we all know, there are quite significant differences of opinion between EU partners, not least the gulf between, say, Hungary and Germany would be significant. But do we lose something by not being part of that relationship? I think we do, but it can be countered. And in relationship to the one with Israel, I don't think the EU identification is absolutely crucial to the Israelis. It does impact on our relationship with the Americans. It probably makes it more, it requires the United Kingdom to be closer to the Americans, because to lose that relationship, as well as not having the relationship with the EU, would be frowned upon even more inside the Foreign Office. So there'll be a greater determination to say to ministers, if they're thinking of going off on an individual policy, which may not be that of the United States, they will be challenged by officials saying, are you really sure about this, Minister? Have you thought this through? The Americans won't like this. This is leaving us sort of pretty friendless in this situation. But my last point is, there are now more actors on the scene. There's the Arab states, there's the Gulf states, increasingly important in these relationships. Those states that did not have a strong relationship with Israel before, at least didn't have an overt relationship. They had plenty of covert relationships, but the Abraham Accords and things like that have changed the nature and relationships in the area. We have to think about that. The reputation of the United Kingdom and other friends of Israel has taken a tremendous hit from the last year, amongst other countries around the world who talk of double standards and everything else. They are being actively courted by Russia and China to say, this is what the West thinks of you. This is a competitive world out there, and our attitudes now are of some interest to other states. And if Russia and China go to these states and say, these colonialists, they still think the same, look at what they're doing, it has an impact. So we have to think of those relationships as well as with the EU and as well as the United States.
Daniela?
Well, I would love to think that we still are a small island nation that punches above our weight. However, I also think we are potentially standing on the verge of a extremely significant shift in the makeup of world politics. We have to see how the American elections play out. But the idea that the UK and Israel, our relationship is predicated on both being liberal democracies, means that at least one of those countries has to be a liberal democracy. And also the fact that actually liberal democracy is the game to play. Yeah, as Alistair says, there are a lot more actors in the game now, and I'm not sure that we are as relevant. We have great soft power, Britain, in terms of political power. Well, at least we've still got a seat on the Security Council.
Very quickly. So I think there is potentially a small silver lining benefit to Brexit, which is that, one, we don't have to take part in those EU deliberations, which means that what happens in the EU is that it's the lowest common denominator wins. So whatever Poland and Hungary veto is what we get out of the European Union. And so in some respects, the UK is free of that when it comes to policy on the Middle East. And I think the other thing is, because we are now looking for our role in the world, there is some motivation of the British government, potentially, if it wants to say, well, here is an opportunity for us to play a kind of part on the world stage. So, you know, I fundamentally agree with everyone here, I guess, just to kind of look for some silver linings. I think a slightly different angle is the Israeli public, which is that, you know, my sense is that the Israeli public view themselves as part of a Western liberal world. And I think the UK is seen to be part of that world. And so I think that there is something that's slightly different, which is maybe about soft power and not political power, which is that the day in which Israelis feel that maybe they're not perceived to be like that by the people of Great Britain, that has some political relevance on the ground in Israel. And it might not be political power that our government wields government to government, but I think it is about self-perception inside Israel. And I think that that's quite crucial, that the desire to be able to come to London, to be a tourist in London, to be like one of us. I think that, you know, the more that the UK turns around to Israel and says, actually, you're not like us, and we don't want to do business with Ben Gvir, we don't want to do business with Smotrich, you are different from us, the more kind of power that wields with the Israeli public. And, you know, obviously there is an Israeli public that wants, you know, a lot of the Israeli public who wants to get rid of that government. And I think it helps to build their motivation to do so.
I hope you're right about that. Thank you all for your contributions. And I'm going to move to the other. Sorry, that was... Thank you. Fantastic. I'd love to have a proper chat with you afterwards. You left something? Okay. Right. It's my pleasure to invite Ehud Olmert, former Prime Minister of Israel, Dr. Nasser al-Qudwa, former Palestinian Minister of Foreign Affairs and Fatah Central Committee member, and Alef Ben, Haaretz Editor-in-Chief, to the stage.
Hi, good to see you. No, you have to lead and tell us how to sit.
You're on the right-hand side and I'm on the left.
Where do you want to? Where I will be here.
We need to wait for the...
Members of the audience?
Yeah, they want to allow people.
You see Ayman Odo somewhere?
Left.
The left.
Can everyone who is sitting on the left-hand side move over to the right so we can get more people in? Lots and lots of people are coming in for this session and they can't get into the free seats. Just shuffle along as much as possible to the right. Thanks.
My reading, it's a proposal not about today, it's about tomorrow. I asked Alistair, why people are always better when they leave office?
To Prime Minister Olmert's credit, he made the same ideas, laid out the same ideas when he was in office.
Yes, that's true.
In very consistent about it. Okay. Always do. We've known each other for, I don't know, 30 years.
There is nothing to be
Willing
embarrassed about.
yeah.
Well, you have to be very careful not to go back much more.
תנו לעמוס לשבת. Did you meet Amos Shokin, our publisher?
No.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Former Prime Minister Olmert, former Foreign Minister Al-Kidwa recently laid out a proposal quite unique in the present diplomatic and political atmosphere internationally and obviously among Israelis and Palestinians to resume the process towards a two-state solution. And I think that it was published all over the world by many news outlets. I think 10 days ago you met with Pope Francis at the Vatican to present it. And maybe I'll allow you to expand and tell the audience what exactly are you proposing.
Me?
Yeah.
All right.
You've never been shy.
Everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Editor-in-Chief, my partner, I can say friend, Dr. Al-Kidwa. It's not common on these days that an Israeli and a Palestinian sit together in the same place under the auspices of an Israeli magazine. And they call each other friends. So I think this in itself is rather significant. I'm very thankful for you for inviting us to this very popular, as it appears, very popular. When I wanted to invite a guest of mine, so the organizer said to my secretary, "I'm sorry, it's all sold out. There is not one single place." I said, "Okay, we'll make it a special effort." Well, anyway, we didn't know each other. Okay, we never met each other until about 3 months ago. We never crossed each other in the long years of our services here in the Palestinian Authority, I in the Israeli system. But we were invited to a couple of Zoom meetings, and while we started to talk and to discuss the present circumstances, the historical dimensions, the possible future moves and roads, we found out that we think very much alike. And so we started to work with the assistance of some friends that brought us together to formulate what has turned out finally to be a signed joint proposal for actually on 3 major issues. One is the end of the war in Gaza. I thought, and I said it, that the war should have been stopped, I don't know, like maybe 8-9 months ago. I want in brackets to say one thing. When the war started, when the event started, after the 7th, all of the leaders of the Western world, President Biden, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and for that matter, Prime Minister Sturmer when he was the head of the opposition, President Macron, Chancellor Scholz, many other leaders from all over the world said Israel has a right to respond. Israel has a right to reach out for the Hamas and so on and so forth. And subsequently, it occurred to me to think that when they said it, they knew that Hamas is embedded in perhaps the most densely populated and crowded area in the world. That they are hiding underground and on ground in the middle of all the public facilities, the hospitals, the mosques, the schools, the other public facilities. Did they not understand then, when they say that Israel has a right to respond, what will be the possible ramifications in terms of the loss of lives of so many thousands of people? I say it only because I think that the reaction of Israel at that period was inevitable. The outcome was almost unavoidable. The shock of and the discontent, to put it mildly, of the number of innocent victims is completely understandable and acceptable. And also, that only is a stronger proof to what I have said at the beginning, that the war should have stopped long ago, because what we have achieved militarily at a very few initial phases of the military confrontation was the most that we could achieve anyway. And for a long period of time now, we don't do anything which changes the basic balance and the tide of what is going on in Gaza, except that it adds more Israeli soldiers killed, more innocent Palestinians killed, and less likely a chance to bring back the hostages into the hands of Israel and into their homes. So what we proposed, or what we suggested, is number one, the war should be stopped, hostages deal will be made immediately, Palestinian prisoners will be released as part of this, Israel should pull out completely from Gaza, there will be a new leadership mechanism, I don't want to go into the details, that is based on the Palestinian and linked to the Palestinian Authority, that will take over, together with the participation of Arab forces and countries, that will take over the control of the Gaza, and there will be a security force that will be mandated to prevent any further attacks from Gaza into the state of Israel. But that is the first stage, number one. Number two is that we should embark immediately on negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians for a two-state solution. I'd say this, we should embark on negotiations for a political solution. If someone knows in the world, everywhere, that there can be a solution other than a Palestinian state, please do me a favor and let me know about it, because I'd like to consider it. I don't know that there can be. Everyone who thinks about it knows that there will never be any solution other than a two-state solution. And therefore, when we ask, yes.
But you know, you were the last one to propose, as Prime Minister, to propose an official Israeli peace plan towards a two-state solution after the Annapolis conference. And it didn't work out, just like Camp David didn't work out. And now how can it work out after all the suffering that's been going on in the past year?
Aluf, I have to say that just before you started to ask me these questions, I was about to say, you guys are going to say to me, but it failed, and it failed, and it failed, and no one in Israel wants a Palestinian state, and no one amongst the Palestinians is prepared to now consider it more seriously. So how are you going to achieve it? Number one,
the fears of security.
The difficulties, as big as they are, would not stop us because there is no alternative. The alternative is blood, is killing, is fighting more and more and more.
I agree, but how do you alleviate the fears of security on the Israeli side and of disposition on the Palestinian side that are very valid, as we've just seen?
You want to know all the answers on the spot? Look.
But if you want to convince people that this is a serious proposal, they will ask that. It's not something
the one thing that really disturbs me a great deal, and I've been talking about it, and I wrote about it in a couple of articles in a paper which you are familiar with, both in Hebrew and in English. I said, one of the worst possible results of what happened on the 7th of October is that it will, in the minds of the Israelis, it will become the paradigm for what has to be, may happen in the future. In other words, what most people say now is, how can we take the risk? Look what happened in the south. Can you imagine that we'll have a border of 200 kilometers where they will be able to do as the 7th of October in Herzliya, in Netanya, in Ra'anana, and so on and so forth. And this is nonsense, because had we been present on the 7th of October in where we had to be, there wouldn't have been the 7th of October. So to take this as a paradigm, to take the failure, the complacency, the arrogance of the Israeli government, and to make it a paradigm for what may happen in the future is a gross mistake, and we have to avoid it. If Israel is as strong as we are, if we are capable of doing what we did in Iran the day before yesterday, is this something that we can't deal with, protecting the borders that we will be having with a Palestinian state? I assume as a premise, okay, that at least at the beginning, after there will be a Palestinian state agreement and the Palestinian state will be proclaimed, and we will withdraw completely according to the plan that we made, the 4% of annexation and equal size of territory swapped.
4.4.
4.4, right. What did I say?
So just 4, you eliminated 0.4.
No way. I will not give up a fraction of a percent. 4.4 completely, and swap of territories and so on and so forth. So there will be terror. I don't assume, I don't believe, I don't suggest that 60 years of occupation will disappear overnight, and suddenly the population that was under the occupation for so many years will change its attitude completely overnight and will become lovers of the state of Israel. It will take time. And in that time, Israel is strong enough and powerful enough and forceful enough, if it's not want to go to sleep arrogantly, because who are the Palestinians? What can they do? We can smash them anytime we want. So we don't. Now, finally, what we proposed, which is, I think, the most significant and the most important, and by the way, which I proposed to Abu Mazen in 2008, it has to be remembered. And this is the status of Jerusalem. The Arab side of Jerusalem, the refugee camp in Shuafat. I asked Israelis sometimes when they argue with me, and they are very violent sometimes and very aggressive. I say, tell me, is the Shuafat refugee camp is part of Jerusalem? And this is the Jerusalem which is the united forever. How many times in the last 70 years did you visit the refugee camp in Shuafat? How many times did you go to the Walajeh? How many times did you go to Jabal Mukaber? How many times did you go to Beit Hanina? What the heck are you talking about? This is the Arab part of Jerusalem. It has to be the capital of the Palestinian state, and this is what we say. The main issue is the old city of Jerusalem. I believe, and we share it, okay? Maybe it's more difficult to come from my side on this specific issue, but we share it. There will never be peace, never, between Israel and Palestinians if there will be one flag over the Temple Mount. Never. No matter what else, never. So we have to make up our mind. If we want peace, we have to change the status of the old city. It has to be without any exclusive political sovereignty of any, not the Palestinians and not the Israelis. It has to be administered by a trust of 5 nations, of which Palestine and Israel will be part, under the auspices of the United Nations. It can be done. It has to be done. It will provide all the access to the holy places for all believers. And there is no question about it. But we have to understand that if we want not to be obsessed by the yearnings and the prayers and the messianic dreams of some of us, but rather disposed completely to solve our status towards the future, this is the only solution.
Now, from a Palestinian perspective, why didn't it work out?
Remain silent, of course, no problem.
From a Palestinian perspective, how would you convince Palestinians after what they've seen in Gaza and in the West Bank in the past year that they could trust Israelis, that Israelis not only want to dispossess them and
important
take
point,
over their land?
Before that, I have a confession to make. This is a first. I mean, this is the first time I do participate in Haaretz conference or any Israeli conference by any organization.
Welcome.
Now, why that? Because we have a horrible situation in hands. We have a war in Gaza that's now started the 2nd year, a war that was broadened to involve a war in Lebanon, and 2 or 3 days ago we were about to have a full-fledged Middle Eastern war. It's very, very dangerous situation, and we have to stop it, we have to change course, and at least we have to begin by talking to each other, and that's important. Now, with regard to your questions, there is no doubt it's going to be very, very difficult, not only on the Palestinian side, but on the Israeli side as well, both sides. Is it possible to make progress? It depends on 2 things. First, the public on both sides, of course, have to come up and give its own support to the ideas presented or proposed by us. And secondly, some important relevant governments have to be supportive. And that is why we are doing all these efforts, visiting these places. And I think we are generating enough support by the relevant governments. But still, it's important to have the public support. Is it possible immediately? Probably it's not possible immediately, but it's going to happen. Because the bottom line is this: the public will start seeing that the war, the blood, the tears, the agony is not the way forward. And we are back to square one. And we have to think differently. We have to make progress by different means, including respecting each other and accepting coexistence and accepting exactly the existence of 2 states, Israel and Palestine, side by side on 1967 borders with 4.4% of swap of land and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes,
by the way.
But there are practical issues there. When you talk about technocrats running Gaza, where would they come from? Who would be their security force? Are there some technocrats out there that are just volunteering to come to Gaza? And what will happen with Hamas?
These are important points. But let me say this. The way forward is a comprehensive approach. The position of those who do not want peace, who do not want solution, is precisely to fragment the issues And that is why we should be against any fragmentation of issues. I'll give you one example. There has been some negotiations, so-called negotiations on Rafah crossing. Why you are negotiating on Rafah? There was a vision presented by President Biden, who supposedly said that it was accepted by the Israeli government. And that vision demands or dictates the full withdrawal of Israeli army on the third phase. If it is so, why then you are going to negotiate Rafah crossing point or Philadelphia or whatever? It's precisely the fragmentation of issues, negotiate the fragments and try to prove that they are difficult to solve, to prove that the overall solution is not going to happen. Okay? Now,
but you put it in your proposal. I'm not just trying to fragment
I'm coming.
It's the first stage, which should be
Our proposal,
the prelude to everything else.
Our proposal adopts a comprehensive approach. It says Gaza war has to stop, and we say how. We don't stop by saying we support the vision presented by President Biden. And we say that there is a need for overall political solution in the form of two states. And we say there is a need to solve the issue of Jerusalem, and this is how, as explained by former Prime Minister Olmert. Now, we didn't go further than that. We didn't go further than that because we understand that we are not in power. So we did not present a comprehensive attitude for the time being. For the time being. Now,
never laugh about politicians talking about power or returning to power. My experience.
No, but the issue is this: to present a comprehensive package, you really need to be in power. And that is why we made a proposal as two important politicians, I think, two important politicians to speak out and say, this is wrong, this is not the way forward, we need to change course, and the right way to go is this. Now, it might not be popular, it might not be acceptable at this stage, but it is going to be popular and acceptable. And as it was said by former Prime Minister Olmert, this is the only way forward. There is no other solution. This is the point. There is no other solution. Either you accept the other side and you accept the principle of coexistence between two states, or you are going to the other direction. The other direction is what? Continuous war, rejecting the other side, try to annihilate the other side, and God knows what else. It's all for us. Either it's all for us or readiness to compromise. You choose. And by the way, we did not do the comprehensive approach because we were not in power. The question is, where are you? Supportive of the overall political solution. You're probably scared as well. Because of the current situation, because of the mood of the public, because everybody seeks revenge, everybody wants blood. But this is precisely the time to speak out. This is precisely when we have to stand up and say, no, that is wrong, and we have to change course.
That I understand. But Ehud, none of the Zionist political parties in Israel today raises the flag or supports the idea of two-state solution, even vaguely, even obliquely. Why? And how can you change that? I mean, I don't expect Itamar Ben-Gvir or Netanyahu to support it.
The editor-in-chief of Haaretz wants me to say the obvious, that no one is prepared to spell out publicly, explicitly, and openly, because they don't have the guts to say what they think. That's why many in the Israeli opposition parties that know that this is the only solution, that hinted at the past that they understand that there can be no other solution, are presently afraid to spell it out, because under the present circumstances, in the middle of war, when soldiers are being killed on a daily basis, yes, from our side, it appears to be extremely difficult to say what may be seen as completely unpopular. So I want to say two things about this. Number one, for me, the ultimate measure of what leadership is the ability to say that which may not appear to be popular, but which is the truth and the only possible road, and that in order to be able to break through the difficulties and the stumbles, you are prepared to say it even at the cost of losing temporarily a certain popularity. And that's what brings me to what I whispered to you before we started. I'm going to, not to embarrass you, to remind you of something. The last week, before the elections in 2006, I decided to do something which all of my political advisors said was stupid and reckless and irresponsible. I decided to give an interview to all the media, the printed press, televisions, and spell out precisely what I am prepared to do after the elections. And all of my advisors said, you must be crazy. Why, what the heck are you going to do? Why do you have to say it? Wait, it will cost you a lot of votes. And I said, I don't want, I'm serious about what I'm prepared to achieve, and I don't want anyone to come to me after the elections and say to me, why didn't you say it before you asked for our votes? Why didn't you say it then? And I want that no one will question my moral integrity when I will go to do precisely what I said before the elections. At the end of the interview, which the then senior political commentator of Haaretz, Aluf Ben, asked me, at the end of that interview was, how would you like that people will think about your time in government in the future?
It was actually Yossi Werther's question. It was actually Yossi Werther's question. We did it together.
Yes, but you asked the question. You asked the question. I remember it's only 18 years ago. It's not so long. Okay? And I say to Aluf, I want that people will say it was great fun living in the state of Israel. And that's what it was very simplistic. What is great fun? Great fun is living in peace. Great fun is not killing, is not being killed, is not attacking, is not being attacked. It's living in peace, in solidarity within ourselves as a society, which we don't have today, and in peace and friendship with those who live together with us, next door to us, next kilometer to us, and which will forever be there. And we have to decide whether we want to fight with them forever or whether we are prepared to make the necessary concessions in order to live with them in a way that will make our lives happier and nicer and funnier.
So how can you have fun as a Palestinian? I mean, take the same formula.
Well, the fun starts with getting rid of the current Palestinian situation, because I don't want to run away from this. We have a miserable Palestinian situation, not only in Gaza, but in Ramallah as well. We have a presidency that lasted for 19 years, about to become 20. And we have a president who's approaching 90 years old. And the question is, how comes? How this guy, this gentleman, was able to stay in power all this long time, in spite of all his sins and blunders? There must have been some support, right? And guess from whom? From Prime Minister Netanyahu, and maybe, I'm not sure, some circles in the United States as well. And maybe some others, and maybe some others in the West generally. So it's not only Hamas and the way he, the gentleman, Netanyahu, dealt with it, but it's also the current situation in Ramallah. That has to change. If we are to move forward, I believe that the Israelis have to change their situation by choosing a new leader, a new prime minister, and the Palestinians have to choose a new leader, a new head of the Palestinian Authority. This is a sine qua non for any progress forward. But the second is easier, of course. Why? Because it's a weaker party. The important part is the Israeli side, and the impact that might have on everything else, including the Palestinian situation. But in any circumstances, we need to change it, and this is where the fun will start.
Political change. We're now going to open it up to get some questions from the audience. Any volunteers?
What about the refugees and the right of return?
The question was about the refugees and the right of return, or I would say the lack thereof in the proposal that focused on of the two thorniest issues, did give a formula on Jerusalem, but evaded the issue of refugees, which was only exacerbated by the war in Gaza and what's happening there.
What?
Settlements as well, yes, you are right.
I have so many answers that there are not enough questions to allow me to give all the answers that I want to give. I want to say this. As for the settlements, the settlers, and the Hilltop Youth and all of these, I wrote an article in Haaretz in Hebrew, which was published in English as well, which was called, the headline was, "The Enemy from Within," and which I said there, with all due respect, and I kept saying it time and again in different television shows, prime time in Israel. I said, Iran is an enemy, Gaza was an enemy, not anymore, I guess, more or less. Nasrallah is not anymore. Hezbollah is an enemy, is eroding rapidly. The real danger for the existence of the State of Israel, as I understand it, are these people, because they are ready to go to fight forever for the hopeful realization of the annexation of all the territories and the expulsion of all the Palestinians. So this is about the settlements and all of this. Now, about the refugees, I don't want to go into a lot because we don't have the time. In Annapolis, in 2007, I said that we refer to the Arab League Peace Initiative that was originally confirmed in 2002, 28th of March in Beirut, and was reconfirmed again in 2007 in Riyadh, also on the 28th of March, by the way, the same, as the framework for the solution of the refugee issue. How to do it, this is something that we mentioned in our discussion. It has to be, by the way, in Annapolis has also added, which I think was from a moral point of view very important. I said we are not indifferent to the suffering of the Palestinian refugees for so many years. We are not indifferent to it. How to solve it, we are ready to consider it within the framework of the Arab League Peace Initiative. I have to say that I am personally opposed to the right of return, and accepting the framework of the Arab League Peace Initiative does not require an acceptance of the right of return, because it gives Israel the veto right for the return of Palestinians.
May I give a technical answer to that after we heard the political answer? Technically, as I told you, we didn't deal with so many important issues because we did not give ourselves the right to present an overall package. And at the beginning, I personally thought that Gaza is a pressing issue, plus the overall political solution, that should be enough. And Ehud Olmert insisted to add Jerusalem, and that's why we covered these three very important issues. Now, We also say, the last paragraph, we call on the peoples in office on both sides to continue negotiations, the other important issues, including things like refugees, settlements and settlers, additional security measures, so on and so forth. Because these are important things that need to be completed. Now, I have to tell you, with regard to settlements, our proposals to have a swap of 4.4% would solve an important part of the problem, given the fact that it's being understood, although it's not in the text, that the 4.4% that will be annexed to the State of Israel is precisely in and around Jerusalem.
Include 82% of all the Jews which have settled outside of the Green Line.
I'm not responsible for this number,
67.
but around
82.
80%. Around 80%. Now, refugees also, I mean, there were some discussions, and there is the Arab Peace Initiative and so on and so forth. As a Palestinian, I can tell you, my understanding of the right of refugees does not include the influx of Palestinian refugees coming back to the State of Israel, because that negate the nature of the state. That will change the nature of the state. So it's not like that, but it's something serious that needs to be tackled seriously, and some solutions need to be found.
And now we're facing a second Palestinian refugee issue in Gaza. Almost 2 million internal. We're facing a second Palestinian refugee issue in Gaza. We have almost 2 million people uprooted.
Displaced now, 2
They live
million
in Gaza.
basically
They were not expelled
displaced.
from Gaza. They have to remain and rehabilitated
but they are,
in Gaza.
They're displaced now from where they live.
Displaced is the technical name.
You. Yeah. Wait, the lady in grey.
Hi. I wanted to know how you think the Haredi community in Israel would respond to your proposals and how you could bring them on board.
So this is naturally something for Nasser al-Kidwa to answer, right?
No, but Ehud, you have had long relationship with the Haredim as mayor and as prime minister and so on.
I'll tell you. A day before the law that will exempt Haredim from serving in the army is about to be tabled for a discussion in the Knesset, you don't expect me to say anything other that I'm completely in favor of universal service that will include everyone who is part of the State of Israel. Okay? However, I have to say, to be honest with you, okay? If the leadership of the Haredim will be smart enough, responsible enough, and visionary enough, there can be an agreement that will allow them to have a national service which is equal to serving in the army, but somewhat different, without cutting them completely out of the background where they come from. It can be compromised. The problem and the fear that I have is that had I come today, had the Israeli government come today, and there will be an absolute majority in the Knesset for it, they will say, we exempt Haredim from serving in the army, period. They don't have to serve in the army, period. They don't have to up until 21 or 23 to be exempt, all these kind of limits. Completely exemption. You know who will be against it? The leadership of the Haredim. You know why? Because at the day that the Haredim will be exempted completely from serving in the army, they will not have to go to the yeshivas in order to
hide from the draft.
And the yeshivas will be emptied. And they will lose all the financial background which is accumulated by them nominally studying in the yeshivas. So the opposition to a compromise is from the wrong reasons. And therefore I am in favor of, if there is no compromise, let's legislate, let's oppose the law that will exempt them from serving, and they will have to go like everyone else.
Last question. Yeah. Just, yeah, if you can use the mic so that...
She seems to have a very strong voice without it.
I'm a teacher.
But the people out there...
You have to ask me a question.
Mr. Ehud Olmert, would you reveal to us, please, your intention, whether you go back to politics? Are you creating a new party? Are you joining another party?
I knew that someone will ambush me. I just didn't know that you are sitting in front of me and you seem to be friendly to me, that you will have such a hostile question. I'll tell you what. Had I said now that I will not run, everyone will say, so why do we have to spend time listening to him? He's out of it anyway. If I say that I am running, everyone will jump on me, and instead of talking about the issues, they will talk about my personality. So the best answer is to say, this is a very interesting question. One day I will answer it.
Thank you. Dr. Al-Kidwa.
I think that Dr. Al-Kidwa should have the last word.
The last word.
No. I will have the last word on Mr. Olmert. So, listen, he is not a dreamer. He is not a weak-heart, guy who is looking for peace and love and things like that. He is tough, and he is a warrior. So am I. I'm a political warrior, not warrior like him, but a political warrior. And that has its negative and its positive aspect. Its negative aspect, of course, because people look at Ehud Olmert and say, he is not from the left like us, so why we should support that? People from the right would tell you, but he has different ideas. We disagree with his ideas. In my case, it's a bit more complicated than that, because believe it or not, the people of the rejectionist front are left, supposedly. I don't know why they are not right, for instance, but anyway, it's like that. The positive aspect about that is credibility. And that is exactly what I liked about him. What you see is what you get. What you see is what you get, and there is a credibility for me and for others. And that is very important in dealing with each other. Respect and belief and building confidence. This is very important, and that is why, again, I like him very much, and I'm ready to work with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you for joining.
I just want to say, likewise.
Well, good example for everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you all for attending and participating in this very rich and challenging day. I look forward to these critical conversations continuing amongst yourselves in various forums here and, of course, in Haaretz. Thank you.